And then this is when I let everybody in, so. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Ed Hamrick. I'm Assistant Attorney General and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. This morning, the board has been in executive session to discuss the matters that were listed on its agenda for executive session, specifically a litigation update regarding the Rainview water application in Water Division 1, legal questions and advice regarding the Lahara property in Coneohas County, update and legal advice concerning state land board testimony at the ECMC hearing, docket number 241200313, and the discussion of potential real estate property acquisitions. These matters are authorized collectively for executive session under 24(6)4023A 2, and 3 of the revised statute of the Colorado revised statutes. No deliberations or decisions were reached in executive session, and the board is now back on the open record and ready to proceed with its regular agenda. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Councilor. And we are having a 10-minute break for the public who's online to appreciate. We'll reconvene at 9:30.
Okay.
Greetings again to the public session of November's meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. And we are missing the director. He'll be back here in a moment. But we'll start again with another roll call since we were in executive session previously. Commissioner Harvey?
Here.
Commissioner Pribble?
Here.
Commissioner Heath? Here. Commissioner Scanlon? Here. Chair's here, so we have definitely a quorum. And before we start into today's agenda, which is wholesome, I'd like to see if there are any non-agenda comments from the audience, either in the room or online.
Yeah, so folks listening along online, just to be really clear, there are things that are on our agenda today and there are things that are not. If you'd like to make a comment about something that's not on our agenda today, use that raise hand button on your Zoom viewer and we'll allow you to address the board. And folks in person, just use the real raise hand button. No raised hands, Commissioner.
Great. And then I would like to take this time to acknowledge all the public comments that the commission has received submitted online. Although the preponderance of those comments were associated with the Lahara transaction, a final action item in the agenda, I did want to note that we heard from Yuma County regarding cost share programs with the land board and with other members of the public about the Comanche grasslands proposed management plans that are underway. So we thank you all for taking the time to share those comments with us, and we do read them and appreciate them. So we have some announcements.
No announcements.
Okay, no announcements. Great. Then I'd like to welcome Tim Brass. Yeah, I know our agenda says we're going to have Brass.
I'm with me if you want to see. With it either
Okay,
way.
so we'll come back to you. Then let's turn to the business before the board and our final action item. And before we start, for some context, I want to take a moment and make some comments. They're from the public comment we've received and phone calls, I believe, that the commissioners have received. There is a lack of understanding, which we understand, as to why the board and the commissioners has wanted to take some extra time and examine the transaction regarding Lahara that has been underway for some time. And I wanted to clear that up a little bit. I'll be blunt. Frankly, after our decision in June, shortly thereafter, the direction of the federal government and the administration and the proposed mandates by Mike Lee to dispose of public lands caused us significant concern. We take our responsibility seriously. Lahara is a unique property. And as this existential threat, as evidenced by Mike Lee's budget amendment proposal, became apparent, it caused us all pause. And so we felt it is within the scope of our responsibility to take a step back and examine, is this transaction one that's going to bring the outcomes that we had always been anticipating to bear? And it was not clear with the amendment to mandate the sale of public lands. Since that time, more information's been filtered, and we've all read and learned of perhaps mitigants to that risk. But that was the catalyst for us to say, whoa, let's take a minute. We were responding to the activities at the administrative level. The other concern that we have heard is that there's another buyer out there. There's no other buyer out there. There may be other buyers interested in Lahara, but we are certainly not engaged with them. We're not pursuing them. We're not at this moment interested in that. What we're doing is figuring out if the original transaction, as proposed, as constituted, is going to deliver the outcomes that we and prior board members had anticipated. And the final factor in the consideration of this decision is we have 2 new commission members, and it takes a while to understand various aspects of this unique organization, among them the opportunities to acquire lands when we dispose of others. And so that process is different here. It has constraints, and the commissioners wanted to take a moment to think about, if we move forward with this, then what does that mean for our trust and for our beneficiaries today and tomorrow? So that's the context for how we find ourselves here today, having a discussion and a vote on how to pursue or whether to pursue the opportunity in front of us. So thank you for your time on that. And with no further ado, I'm sorry, Director Rosemeyer, I had a note you wanted to say something.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair Frobe. I wanted to thank everybody for coming today, whether in person or online, especially those of you who made it all the way up from San Luis Valley. I think we have unanimity that Lahara is a magnificent property. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for caring about this property so deeply. On behalf of staff, in response to what you just heard from Chair Frobe, we did hear concerns from the commissioners since June. And so we dug in, did our due diligence, and sort of looking at this issue very carefully. We meant to provide comprehensive information to the board so it could make a fully informed decision on what is a really important matter. But I did want to be very clear that our stance was, as a staff, neutral. And you'll see in the memo that option 1, the very first option, is disposal. And there's great weight in the memo behind this option and in the exhibits and the numerous letters of support, all for option 1. And that is as it should be. That's been the path that this agency has been on since 2017. I want to thank Matt LaFontaine, our acquisition and disposition manager, for compiling that memo so that the board could make a really thoroughly informed decision on this matter. And I'll just close by saying that I'm really, really inspired by the outpouring of support for the Lahara property. So we really warmly welcome you. Look forward to hearing your perspective on this property. And with that, I'd like to introduce Matt, who's accompanied by Alan Law of Western Rivers Consulting.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Matt LaFontaine, Acquisition Disposition Manager. And as mentioned, I have beside me Alan Law with Western Rivers Conservancy. He's been our project consultant as we've worked on this item for the past several years and is a tremendous source of information on details about the property. The board is well informed of Lahara as we had a related agenda item in June and toured the property with the board in August. The written materials for the agenda item were extensive, and this presentation will focus on an overview of the property and the transaction decision options themselves. Lahara is located on the west side of the San Luis Valley. For reference, Alamos is located here, and Lahara, the property, is located here. It is approximately 46,000 acres and is largely contiguous, surrounded primarily by federal ownership. You'll see in this light green forest lands and in this yellow BLM. You'll also see two significant tracts of state-owned lands, which are CPW-owned SWAs. There is one major inholding held by CPW, which underlies a portion of the reservoir that you see located here. There are three components to the proposed disposal. Forest Service acquiring approximately 21,700 acres along the western side of the property. BLM acquiring 21,800 acres along the eastern side of the property. And CPW acquiring approximately 2,400 acres adjacent to their fee owned land that would give full ownership of the reservoir area and some additional buffer lands to support the SWA operations. These acres around the reservoir are called the reservoir area. Commissioners have asked what the initial rationale was for working toward a disposal. Generally speaking, every 5 years, staff completes an asset management plan for the board's large properties. In September of 2017, the board toured Lahara and staff presented the property's asset management plan. A key part of that discussion was whether the board concurred with staff that the plan should include a long-term disposal. Staff argued at the time that a disposal was appropriate because Lahara had a low income yield at approximately 0.5% of the property's estimated value, that proceeds from a disposal could be reinvested, and that the property was difficult to manage given its size, remote location, and number of leases. At that meeting, the board endorsed the asset management plan, which included goal 3 that's presented on your screen, to dispose of the property in a manner that maximizes the financial benefit to the trust and allows for the effective redeployment of the proceeds. Under the guidance of the 2017 asset management plan, staff took several actions to begin preparing Lahara for disposal. In 2021, the board contracted Western Rivers to arrange a disposal solution that ensured conservation of the property. Their efforts facilitated significant federal funding appropriations between 2023 and 2025 for both the forest and BLM. Those agencies have indicated they are now ready to move forward. Also in 2023, the board completed the necessary step of the removal and replacement of Lahara from the Stewardship Trust. And now in 2025, the board has provided a public notice for the entire disposal and completed a bid solicitation as required by statute for the reservoir area. And this item is now ready for the final board decision. CPW provided the sole bid on the reservoir area in line with the board's minimum bid requirements. Board materials detail 3 decision options for the board. Those are option 1, approve the disposal. If this option is directed, then staff will endeavor to complete the transaction as proposed. Option 2, to hold and improve. In this option, the board will continue ownership and management of Lahara with a stated effort to increase income generated on the property and the long-term value of the school trust asset through layering of additional uses and taking increased stewardship measures. Or option 3, a hybrid option, under which the board would direct staff to complete the disposal only of the reservoir area and commence a stated effort to increase income and take increased stewardship measures on the remainder of the property. Before I dive into specifics of the three decision options, I have two statutes that I'll bring to the board's attention as they apply differently across the across the decision options. The first is CRS 36-1-118-4A, which provides for a lease buyout to be paid to agricultural lessees if the board terminates a lease in conjunction with a sale instead of assigning that lease. Under option 1, Forest Service and BLM are unable to assume SLB leases, which triggers a requirement for the board to terminate those leases. A conditional termination notice was provided to the agricultural lessees by the Southwest District Office in July, contingent on the federal transaction closing. The final payments due to agricultural lessees will be calculated based on the actual closing date and the trailing one-year lease rates. But under option 1, staff is requesting up to $525,000 of investment and development funds to make these payments. Option 2 would not incur this expense. And under option 3, only those portions of leases involving the reservoir area might incur a proportional expense. Alternatively, the board could work with CPW to ensure a partial assignment of the affected leases. The second statute to bring to the board's attention is CRS 36-1-119-2, which provides for a payment to agricultural lessees for their authorized improvements under the lease. The appraisals account for the contributory value of the agricultural improvements, but do not separately itemize their values, and the federal government is unable to directly acquire the authorized improvements from lessees. Accordingly, in June, staff requested up to $600,000 to acquire the authorized improvements from lessees, which will then be subsequently sold to the transaction parties by the State Land Board, along with the real property under option 1. Under option 2, authorized improvements can remain property of lessees, and staff would not expect to incur this expense. And under option 3, only those leases involved in the reservoir area might incur the proportional expense. On to the decision options. These advantages and disadvantages that I'll have on the screen are more fully described in the board's written materials. Advantages for option 1, approve the disposal, include an alignment with stated property goals. This decision aligns with goal 3 of the 2017 asset management plan. Potential benefits of conservation and public access. Transferring the land to the Forest Service and BLM is intended to ensure that the property remains in public ownership. Public access would be further secured for hiking, biking, dispersed camping, and other activities that are technically prohibited under the current hunting and fishing access program lease, but are highly valued by the community. Additional protections in that federal funds that would acquire LaHara are from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Additional information on protections that may exist for LWCF acquired properties is again found in the written materials. A trust benefit. This decision would allow the board to exchange LaHara for one or more replacement properties and/or a deposit to the permanent fund. Management under a shared stewardship framework. The state of Colorado and the U.S. Department of Agriculture have committed to operating under a shared stewardship memorandum of understanding through 2034. The MOU focuses on managing Colorado's forests for ecological restoration, recreation, protecting water resources and infrastructure, conserving fish and wildlife, engaging stakeholders, and promoting healthy communities. And it adds a level of assurance that the portion of the property conveyed to the Forest Service as a part of USDA will be beneficially managed. State Land Board management efficiencies. Disposing of this remote property with multiple grazing leases may allow staff to allocate management resources more efficiently to other assets within the board's portfolio. Taking advantage of a fleeting opportunity. The proposed transaction is the result of years of work and is supported by significant federal funding, representing a singular opportunity to achieve the 2017 asset management plan vision of disposing of LaHara. And finally, stakeholder support. Numerous stakeholders have demonstrated a general support for the federal and CPW acquisitions. Exhibit 3 to the board materials included multiple letters of support, including ones from Governor Polis and Senators Hickenlooper and Bennett and the Conejos County Board of County Commissioners. Staff understands that CPW, existing agricultural lessees, and the general San Luis Valley public support federal and CPW ownership should a transfer occur. Disadvantages of a board approval of option 1 include a transaction with federal stewardship uncertainty. Many federal agencies have undergone significant downsizing and are experiencing hiring freezes. Until recently, there was an ongoing federal government shutdown. There's the potential for future federal shutdowns, which may further constrain federal agencies' abilities to carry out their functions. In addition, there have been recent reductions in regulatory conservation measures for federal lands. Reductions in staffing and regulatory protections may adversely affect the stewardship of Lahara into the future. There are questions around the permanence of federal ownership. As Chair Frobe mentioned, there was a proposed amendment to the Budget Reconciliation Act of 2025 by Senator Mike Lee of Utah, which was later removed, but it contemplated the sale of federal lands for development. This effort was heavily opposed across the political spectrum, but staff notes there is an increased uncertainty as to whether federal ownership will, in the future, continue to be the de facto conservation that it has historically proven. And lastly, there is appraisal value and transaction risk with option 1. The appraisal for the federal acquisition area with an effective date of September 12th, 2023 is now over 2 years old. It is possible that Lahara has appreciated since that appraisal, and a reappraisal could potentially produce higher NSE proceeds. However, due to the length of time required to appraise the asset and the duration of the federal review process, staff recommends the board accept the 2023 appraised value should it approve the transaction under option 1. Additionally, the Forest Service, BLM, and CPW are not currently contractually obligated to complete the transaction, and all agencies will finalize their due diligence over a period following board approval. It is possible that despite the board's approval of option 1, the transfer of Lahara does not occur. Additionally, it is staff's understanding that while all federal funds are legislatively appropriated, a final release authority has not been granted by OMB for approximately $14.7 million of BLM's acquisition funds at this time. For option 2, the hold and improve option, staff has identified the following advantages. A continuation of legacy ownership. Lahara has been a meaningful trust asset to generations of Coloradans who have benefited from the board's ownership of the property. As a large property with a wide range of natural and cultural values, it is a unique asset in the board's portfolio. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, to find a similar singular property to acquire at appraised value with the funds generated from this transaction within a 2-year NSE window. An alignment with agency goals. The board has supported geographic diversification to balance out the majority of its holdings being located on the east slope. The disposal of Lahara as the largest board property in the southwest region could undermine that goal unless replaced by properties located in similar geographic region. Holding the property may allow for the implementation of additional diversified recreation. That could include adjusting the CPW lease and rate to authorize and reflect greater year-round public recreation opportunities. Carving out portions of the property for private or outfitted hunting leases. Implementing a fee-based camping program. And creating unique recreation opportunities that take advantage of the property's size and scale. Holding may also allow for additional ecosystem services projects, including developing wetland mitigation bank projects on approximately 1,000 to 1,500 acres of wetlands, developing stream mitigation banks on the property, and enrolling a portion of the property in voluntary biodiversity and/or carbon programs. And lastly, holding may allow the board to increase stewardship of Lahara. Additional stewardship actions might include re-enrolling all or a portion of the property in the stewardship trust, focusing regenerative agriculture resources for lessees, providing focused ecological funding via the board's investment and development fund, and facilitating low-impact educational, vocational, and agritourism or ecotourism opportunities on the property. As to disadvantages, holding would provide no redeployable NSC proceeds for the board to utilize for future replacement property acquisitions or to increase the permanent fund via deposit. There would be a foregone disposal opportunity. Aside from the federal government, there are limited other potential buyers of the property that would also facilitate public access. If the board denies the proposed transaction now, then future disposal options may be limited. Finally, there is potential stakeholder impact from the board selecting option 2. The board has taken numerous actions over the past 8 years since the adoption of the 2017 Asset Management Plan in preparation for the proposed transaction, including taking deliberate measures to communicate with stakeholders and the general public regarding the transaction. Field staff from the State Land Board and Western Rivers Conservancy have conducted numerous coordination meetings, and Western Rivers has held over 100 meetings with local, state, and federal level stakeholders. A decision by the board not to move forward with option 1 will likely generate stakeholder concerns and possible frustration for those individuals and entities who believe that federal ownership best advances their interests. Option 3, the hybrid option, under which the board would proceed to dispose of the reservoir area only and continue long-term ownership of the remainder of Lahara, includes aspects of the advantages and disadvantages of options 1 and 2. As to advantages, there would be a continuation of legacy ownership, an alignment with agency goals, the potential for additional diversified recreation and additional ecosystem services projects, the potential for an increase in stewardship across Lahara, trust benefit, as this decision would provide an estimated $6 million to the board for the acquisition of replacement properties and or deposit to the permanent fund, and the opportunity for a boundary cleanup. The reservoir area is partially encumbered by a no recurring rent perpetual right-of-way with CPW. Disposal of that area to CPW could simplify boundary coordination with CPW and streamline board ownership and management of the retained property. As for disadvantages, the board would need to complete an additional bid solicitation. The transfer of the reservoir area, as previously considered by the board and publicly noticed and bid upon by CPW, was contingent on the completed transfer of the federal acquisition area. A disposal of the reservoir area alone would necessitate an additional public notice and bid solicitation without that contingency. And any qualified bids would be returned to the board for determination of the winning bidder in accordance with board practice. There would be a lost opportunity for the federal acquisition area. And lastly, there would again be an impact on stakeholders. Here's a decision option matrix that details outcomes and potential financial considerations for the 3 options. As you can see, there are 3 columns. The first lists the decision options. The second lists the board's ending asset. Today, the board holds a land asset valued at $49.6 million. A disposal of all or part of that asset will not generate any income, but it does allow the board to reinvest proceeds into other investment assets, either real property or into financial assets via deposit into the permanent fund. The third column includes an annual return target for that decision option. That includes both an income component and the underlying potential appreciation that may result from ownership of the respective investment. These are certainly projections, which are based on historical outcomes that the board has achieved in these investments, but are not necessarily indicative of the future actual results that would be accomplished via those investments. Walking across the table with option 1, the board's ending asset would be 1 or more other real property assets yet to be identified, and or a deposit to the permanent fund An annual return target, including appreciation for replacement property, would be between 5.5% and 7%, which equates to $2.7 to $3.5 million in year one returns on the entire value of Lahara. Or if invested in the permanent fund, an 8.5% return, again, including both appreciation and income, which equates to approximately $4.2 million if the entire value of Lahara was exchanged into the permanent fund. Under option 2, the hold and improve scenario, or option, I should say, the board's ending asset is Lahara. The annual return target is 5%, plus limited duration mitigation bank credit sales. That would equate to approximately $2.5 million in year one total return, plus sales, plus income from credit sales on a limited duration basis. Then under option 3, the hybrid option, the board's ending asset is approximately 43,525 acres of Lahara, the area referred to as the federal acquisition area, plus with the $6 million of NSC disposal proceeds, one or more other real property assets yet to be identified and or deposit in the permanent fund. And again, the same potential annual return targets, but with the hybrid option, that could be the remaining Lahara property could generate up to $2.2 million in year one total return, plus any income from sales. And the portion that was invested in the into replacement property acquisitions could generate $0.3 to $0.4 million. Otherwise, if that portion were invested in the permanent fund, up to $0.5 million. That completes my kind of prepared presentation. At this time, I can accept any questions or turn over to the board for.
Well, I know we have several other speakers, but I wondered, Alan, did you have anything prepared, or are you here more for questions?
No, I'm here to answer questions and pretty much mostly in an informational role.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Matt? Apparently not. You're getting off easy. Well, thank you for the work you've done to do the research and present the options to us with the clarity that you did.
Thank you.
And I'm reserving the option that we may have questions for you. Yep.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Director Rosemarino, for the record, and you are not getting off that easy, Matt. Now, after we hear from everybody, we're going to call you back up.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, we'd like to start with our partner agencies. And so Doug Vilsack, representing U.S. Bureau of Land Management, and Troy Keepacker, representing the U.S. Forest Service. Welcome.
Morning. Great to be here today. Good to see so many of my old friends. I woke up about 3:30 this morning and my brain wouldn't turn off. So I was excited to drive this path down to the State Land Board office today. So really appreciate the opportunity. I also want to say tremendously humbled to be able to go first with all of these folks sitting behind us who have engaged in this property and lived in this area for their entire lives, and some of them their families for generations. And so I think please listen to the folks behind me, perhaps even more than us, about kind of thoughts about the future of this property and what it might become in the future in public hands. I am very excited to be here today because I think this conversation will really show the benefits of this as we see it: acquisition, not disposal, acquisition for the public. I think it will really show that we can do a great job with this property from a management perspective, from providing benefits to school children, for boosting rural economies, and for providing victories for agriculture and conservation in the San Luis Valley that we haven't seen in many years. First, I just want to talk about the property. I know you all have had the chance to be out there. I've been to Lahara many times, not nearly as many as some behind me. over the years. It is an amazing place. Tremendous wildlife resources, tremendous water resources, very unique cultural resources, opportunities for hunting and fishing. It really is a spectacular place. And I think that's why everybody is here today. That's why this has been a hard conversation, because it is an important place, an important consideration when we're trying to move a property from one place to another. I will say from the BLM perspective, our staff in the Valley are very excited to move forward with this acquisition. It used to be partially owned by BLM and was about 4,000 acres came over to the BLM during the formation of Great Sand Dunes National Park. And so part of it is getting a piece of this puzzle back that we can manage. And I think another part is just thinking about all the opportunities that we have down in the Valley. Dale Culver, our field manager, is here today in blue shirt. We have a great team down in the Valley. We were going to bring a whole bunch more up, but we are back from shutdown today and they have a lot of work to do. So they are down in the Valley working as they should. And I think really, I just want to make the point. I know there's been questions about staff capacity at BLM, our ability to manage. We've got a great team in the Valley. As Dale knows, I get down there quite a bit. 10 permanent staff in our field office, a number of seasonals that come in every summer. And I think a support structure of our entire 600-person staff here at BLM to help kind of manage this property in the future. So BLM is more than prepared, I think, to add this back to our 8.3 million acres around the state and manage it well. In addition to that, we've spent a lot of time, as was mentioned before, preparing to bring this property into BLM ownership and Forest Service ownership. Our staff met with grazing permittees of the State Land Board a number of times, but back in April as well, to really kind of map out how this works, what the process is to ensure that we are maintaining the ability of the State Land Board permittees to continue to access this property. And so I think we have a good plan to transition some of these permittees to BLM permittees and to also work on the Forest Service side. We're also excited about all the other opportunities in this area. Obviously, recreation, huge hunting and fishing focus for the community in the San Luis Valley and others that come and provide economic benefit to the area. Great timber resources, obviously of huge interest in our team that works on restoration, kind of for riparian area management. And I think as well, our cultural staff, very interested in the cultural resources in the area and how we can engage with tribes. We have just tremendous resources with tribes here in the state and beyond. And I think there's a lot of work and kind of innovative things we could do down in La Jara if it comes under BLM ownership. I also wanted to acknowledge some of the concerns that were brought up around land disposals, land sales. I think as was mentioned in the board packet, we have policies that prohibit disposal of LDBCF acquired lands. So that policy is in place. I do want to acknowledge that things are constantly changing these days. And so I think even beyond the policy that we have in place, there's just some practical reasons why I do not have a lot of concern about this property ever being sold once it's in federal ownership. I think number one, Congress and our congressional delegation has directed us to acquire this property. We are under instructions from Congress to acquire it. It wouldn't make much sense for this Congress to then turn around and tell us to dispose of it after they have told us to acquire it and provided the funding to do so. Next is just that, as BLM Colorado, we do sit down and consider disposals at times. We actually just disposed of 31 acres to Mesa County after a long process. Basically a piece of property that was in an interchange in Grand Junction, the Clifton interchange. So it made a lot of sense. We spent many years reviewing that disposal. And it made sense from that perspective. Most of what we look at for disposals right now relate to potential lands for affordable housing or other types of economic development. For those of you that have been to La Jara, we are not going to be building affordable housing on La Jara anytime soon. It is one of the most remote areas, and I think it's just very clear that the property's highest and best use is what is happening there now: hunting and fishing and range management, grazing. All the great things, that it has provided to the Valley for generations. And then lastly, I think Interior, what I have seen with the LDBCF program in Interior so far, kind of the change between administrations has been an even greater focus on ensuring that we're getting buy-in from local communities and from states on these types of LDBCF acquisitions. So in particular, We need support from governors. We need support from county commissioners. We just completed an LWCF acquisition down in Fremont County near Shelf Road a couple months ago. And those are the questions that were asked by the department. Is it supported by county commissioners? Is it supported by states? Clearly, the answer for this acquisition as well is yes. We have a lot of folks back here at the local level that support this acquisition. So I think that will bode well for having some good management at the federal level once we acquire the property. And then, I think we are also very interested in, what we can do in the future with this property down in the valley. I think, one of the concerns that I have in terms of, moving forward or not moving forward with this acquisition right now is that we've invested a tremendous amount of time and effort into this acquisition thus far. This was kind of a unique thing that we've done here, stitching together multi-years of LWCF funding. Normally, the way we work is, you get one tranche of money and you go and you acquire a property or you fund one project. So this is a really unique thing that we've done, kind of working over multiple years, trying to acquire a much larger property than we normally would be able to acquire. And I think hopefully, if this moves forward, that's a model for other states, other acquisitions, other folks in BLM to look at these kind of large scale, landscape scale efforts to bring property into federal ownership. And my concern as well is that, if this doesn't move through, it would be hard for us to come back to this point, right? I mean, we have mustered these resources. We have worked with our partners behind us to put, $43 million on the table on the federal side. If the answer is no, if 5 years down the line, the property is still underperforming, it would be unlikely that we would be able to sit down and spend another 3 or 4 years, spend that effort to remuster those resources to do this again. And then lastly, I would just have to say before I turn it over to Troy, with my past hat on in this space, this is great, I think, for school kids as well. The LaHara property, as I said, its highest and best use is acquisition by the public, as public lands for people and for the folks that have used this property and range for many years. And, the state land board can take this funding and either invest it in perhaps a new property that we haven't seen yet, so we can't fixate on it yet, but would be amazing, I'm sure. Or put it in the permanent fund, that can generate a significant amount of revenue for school kids. So I think that's what I have today. I just think this is kind of a win-win-win-win. Great for agriculture, great for conservation, great for school kids, and great for public access. So happy to answer any questions and pass it over to Troy here, my partner.
Yeah, thanks, Doug.
Yeah.
Really don't have a lot to add after that. Geez, I was just crossing out all my talking points as Doug went through that. But just here again to let folks know, I'm the regional forester here in the Rocky Mountain region, USDA Forest Service, and as of last week, the acting regional forester for the northern region of the USDA Forest Service. So just here to provide a strong statement of support, like Doug mentioned, for the proposed transfer of LaHara into federal ownership.
I didn't get your name.
Troy Heithacker.
How do you spell it?
Oh boy, here we go. Lots of vowels. HEITHECKER.
Wonder you didn't tell us.
Yeah. So yeah, you all know all the benefits that Doug talked to, whether it's ecological, the cultural, the cutthroat trout, native cutthroat trout there, all these values that are important to all of us are all highlighted here. The land, as you know, surrounded by the Rio Grande National Forest, Bureau of Land Management lands, and 3 state wildlife areas that form a connected corridor that sustain elk and bighorn sheep migration, supports native Rio Grande cutthroat trout, and protects thousands of years of cultural heritage. This proposed transfer is, as we mentioned and Doug covered, a culmination of years of collaboration between the State Land Board, Western Rivers, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and the 2 federal agencies here. And from our perspective in the Forest Service, it's a true model of shared stewardship and a real success story. The Forest Service and the state of Colorado already partner, was mentioned in a long-term 10-year memorandum of understanding for shared stewardship. We're working on increasing the responsibilities in partnership through that agreement to include things such as recreation, already covers forest health, watershed protection, sustainable recreation, and we're going to continue to expand that with the state to look at further opportunities. Bringing the LaHara parcel into federal system will ensure consistent science-based management that enhances those goals while keeping the land open for the public to hunt, fish, camp, and explore. As Doug mentioned, I think it's also important to recognize that it's a powerful example of both fiscal and ecological alignment. The LWCF, as the Land and Water Conservation Funds, committed over $40 million to this acquisition. And Doug mentioned doing that in pieces. Again, usually we get a proposal, we get funding, we do a parcel, and we buy it. But to get this continued support over multiple years has demonstrated broad bipartisan support from Congress to acquire this land and keep it in public ownership. We have a whole list of support letters that don't need to get into, but covering both counties and state and other agencies that are supportive of this, and again, the communities that have come out in strong vocal support of this. We do have a decent staffing down on the Rio Grande National Forest, and as Doug mentioned, we do have capacity across this region, Rocky Mountain region, still after some reductions this year is sitting around 2,500 employees throughout the region, which primarily focus in Colorado and Wyoming. So in closing, just like to say that we see this decision advancing our two complementary missions between the Land Board as well as the Forest Service, which is for the Land Board to deliver lasting financial returns and for the Forest Service to sustain health, diversity, productivity of those public lands. And for those reasons, we do respectfully urge the board to approve option 1, the disposal of the Lahar property of the U.S. Forest Service and our other partner agencies. Thank you.
Question.
Get to ask questions. My name is Mark Harvey. I'm a new commissioner. I've been on the board for 3 or 4 months or something. And so I've jumped into this whole proposal in the middle of it. I've played a lot of catch up. I'm trying to understand it. We did do a field trip down there to the ranch, and it's a crown jewel ranch of Colorado. It's gorgeous. It has so much potential. There was a number of people on that visit from CPW, from the Alamosa area, locals from that area. And to echo what Commissioner Frobe said earlier, I think some of our reservations on this board were what's happening with the federal administration. That there's been lots of things that kind of made us question whether the BLM and Forest Service, nothing against you guys, because I know you guys will do a great job, but in general, could give it the protection it needs, the conservation protection. And that goes for the local community as well. We've seen, weakening of, or opening up of roadless areas, the proposal to open up millions of acres of roadless, the weakening of the Endangered Species Act, statements about increased timber sales, all of, over tens of millions of acres. We've seen a reduced staffing. I don't even know if the BLM has a Senate approved, commissioner yet, or director. So I think I can only speak for myself, but my impression of the board is we want to do the right thing. We do listen to locals down there. We have talked to many of them. We know there's been a huge amount of effort put into this. As in terms of legacy, yeah, we're a little, territorial about that, but we want to do the right thing. But I guess my question to both of you guys, given the current environment and what I would say the instability with the land agencies and the federal government, what can you tell us about doing a better job of protecting it and taking care of it than the state land board?
Sure. I think I understand the concern. There's a lot of commentary in the news these days. I think the reality is, for the BLM, and, Troy can add to this, most of the work of our agencies happens on the ground, right? And so what really matters is, what is going on in the San Luis Valley field office? Does the field office have support, to be making balanced decisions in that area? And I truly believe, they are and still will in the future. We've got a great team down there. And then I think, like what I said earlier, what bolsters and kind of supports our field office and supports us in making good decisions, are the folks that live in these areas and the kind of structure here in Colorado. We have a great kind of networking here in Colorado. You can see it today, because of, all the support that we have here. And I think the reason that everybody is here is because they want this property to be transitioned to federal ownership, and they want to maintain what we have, in that area, maintain a level of public access, maintain ranching, grazing, kind of continue to work on to restore that community down there. And so I think, again, the backstop that we have is like all these folks behind me, like, don't mess with the valley, but folks are here, and they're gonna continue to hold our feet to the fire to be making balanced decisions down in the valley. And I truly believe Interior and, our leadership in the BLM, very much responds to that, particularly kind of local support and local direction and how we manage federal public lands.
Yeah, I would agree. And we do have our chief. He was appointed earlier this year. He's been in place now for better part of, 6 to 7 months. And he called me on this earlier this week as he was reading the press and the media, and it got to him pretty quickly. And of course, he's got a lot of connections to the Intermountain West in general, being from Idaho, having gone to school in Wyoming, and also worked in Montana, and very familiar with Colorado as well. So yeah, and I shared with him the history of it and where we were and our position on it, and he was supportive of it, and us continuing to move forward with our stance on it. So I can offer that. Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Skinner.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you both doing your jobs with us today, but I'm going to play devil's advocate and follow Commissioner Harvey. And Doug knew I was going to do this. So, the hybrid model would allow us to do a lot of the things that you're saying you would do. Open it up more, embrace more of what was delineated in the proposal. Pardon my skepticism. You all are talking about the federal government as it used to exist. It's not the same federal government. They're rolling back conservation efforts. The newly nominated head of BLM has publicly stated a willingness to sell public lands. In fact, a willingness to shrink national monuments. All rules are out the door. I mean, it's one thing to say this is congressionally approved and I can't see Congress rolling this back. We have an administration that doesn't much care about what Congress necessarily thinks. So our concern is about the community, and we're not trying to diminish the work that's gone into this. That was all in good faith. But I think the world has gone on 180, and the Forest Service is wildly understaffed. I'm in Summit County. We're in the White River is the busiest forest district, I think, in the US. It's wildly understaffed. And trying to believe that that's going to change going forward and that people are going to still be with the federal government. I'm sorry, we had a director's search. I can't believe the number of federal government applications we got of people fleeing the federal government because it's so uncertain. And so I am skeptical that you'll have the resources that you need to manage this property. I know we don't necessarily, but we have the right ethos around this, and we care, and we've owned it since statehood, and we're here, and we're going to be here. And no offense to either of you, I don't know if either of you will be here, and it's not of your doing. The world is crazy right now in terms of your jobs and in terms of this administration and what their thinking is. And I don't even think your boss is having a real say over what's going to happen. So our concern is what is in the best interest at this time. We were all in until the world went nuts. And now we have a worry that if we make this decision today, and I agree, it's not meant for affordable housing, but could it be some crazy ass land swap and they trade this newly sold parcel for something that could be? Who the heck knows? And our biggest regret would be we approved this 3 years down the road, it's not held in the same way because this is not a crew that necessarily follows the rules. So I hear you. I believed you. If your dad was still running ag, 100% I'd be all in. We're just trying to do right. And we're trying to make the best decision we can to make sure this stays with this community, is stewarded properly. And that is this concern. It is nothing against any of the things you have outlined. It is not in any way diminishing the work of the community. It's exactly opposite of that. And I 100% understand why you are repeating what you need to tell us. But you have to recognize our skepticism because we're not naive to reading the headlines. And I'm sorry, the nomination of your new boss didn't help. It just didn't help the case. And I think it's going to be a controversial, he'll get through, but it's not without some controversy around those exact specific remarks. And I don't know that you have to comment back, but I had to share because we've had a couple of conversations. That's why we're convened today. I want the community to know that. We want to actually caretake all of your interests that you have sent to us. We want to make sure you're still able to use the land. We want to make sure you're still able to continue with what you are currently doing. And our fear is that, all bets are off. And I don't think anyone can predict the future. So we're kind of rolling the dice. And it could be fine. It could 100% be fine. It's just a concern.
Yeah, you mind if I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, I think we both hear your concerns and we recognize those, and I think they're valid from your perspective. I totally agree. And what Doug said in his statement, and what we've seen too, is that our bosses and their bosses have listened to communities. I know that may not seem like I can say that broadly, but here in this state and the regions that we manage, if you have a group of county commissioners showing up, they're elected officials, and there's bipartisan support for these moves, and you have a group of individuals behind us that are supportive of this, they have a strong voice. And Colorado has bipartisan leadership at both the state and federal level, and we see that and we hear those voices. And my experience so far has been that those voices, when they are represented on both sides of the aisle, go a long ways. And I can't give you any certainties about the future. I mean, it is a dynamic time, but that's been what I've seen and really what's been reflected the last month.
No, I would agree. I mean, again, I think there's just a huge backstop here, because of the local support. And again, you don't know all of our staff like we know our staff. Like our staff are going to manage this property well, right?
You don't doubt that. It's not any of you. You understand that.
Yeah.
It's not any of you. It's
No,
forces there above all of us in play. And I recognize we're also a blue state. That puts a target on us. I'm just owning that reality. Our governor gets disparaged fairly routinely, as does most of our delegation. It's just where we are. This is a highly partisan time, and it's highly charged politically. And that sucks. It sucks for all of us who live here. And this is a nonpartisan group of people trying to make the best decisions for us. And we're trying to do it in a way that can be sustained, that stewards the best use of our trust in what we're doing.
Yeah, I understand all that. I think the other piece, just kind of thinking back to my time, kind of understanding the state land board as well, is that, sure, there is uncertainty in the federal government, but a year from now, there could be uncertainty in state government, right? And if we don't move forward with this acquisition and our funding and kind of like the possibility of federal ownership goes away, what happens a year from now when you discover that very likely this asset is not generating any more revenue, and that the only way to generate more revenue from it is to sell, right? I mean, like the last state land board voted to move forward with this acquisition. So
That's
these
the
things
risk.
could quickly
the
turn
risk.
on their head, right? And so I still continue to think, that the best option is to put all the facts down on the table and say, yeah, the best place for this is actual public ownership, which the state land board, is not, right? The state land board is here to generate revenue for school kids. And obviously there's a focus in the Constitution on the stewardship trust and some other pieces of that puzzle. But in the end, like this needs to generate revenue, and that worries me if we are off the table in terms of a future landing place for this property.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, Commissioner Preble.
To that point, and addressing some of the concerns about that voiced by Ms. Scanlon, Are there not in the existing both rule and some statute limitations or protections or guardrails involving the attempted sale of property acquired with LWCF funds, appropriations, and or just or required for these kinds of purposes? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I asked about that to our attorneys. I don't have a final answer yet. I don't believe, Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, if you know our side of it, but the authorization for LWCF for the Forest Service does not have a non-redisposal clause in it. I think my guess would be there probably was reasons for that in terms of us being able to manage our land, how we want to manage it. But I know generally speaking that our policy aligns with BLM in terms of land disposal, which is our acquisition, that we aren't gonna turn around and sell lands acquired by LWCF in policy. But again, I would want to confirm that before we get that in writing.
Yeah, it's in our policy that we would dispose of LWCF acquired lands. I mean, I think practically, to dispose of this parcel in the future, Congress told us to acquire it directly, in the appropriations bill. So it would, I think, likely require Congress to dispose of it.
Does it take a corollary act of Congress to tell you to authorize a federal sale? Should that be proposed by the administration?
That's probably going too far down my solicitor road, but it would seem pretty logical that if in statute we are told to acquire it, that
thank you.
Pretty difficult for us to turn around. So.
Thank you.
And a follow-up question on that for Troy. I think though both agencies have processes that have been set up either statutorily or through regulation that govern how you both acquire and dispose of properties, right? Where it's generally public engagement, state, there's a whole process. What was scary about Mike Lee's thing was it was inserting a mandated action that would take place and circumvent all the processes that your agencies have that govern acquisition and disposition. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. And as Doug mentioned, the focus on that was next to urban centers or areas of high population density. And to my knowledge, looking at administrative lands, not necessarily general lands.
I did have a quick follow-up question. And, in my work in conservation, a lot of times we use the phrase about the benefits of kind of rationalized, consolidated, unified management, meaning here we are in the middle of owning this land, you all own on one side at BLM. And so could you, in your own words, maybe share with the commissioners the benefits of what that rationalized, unified management in this case might mean, what it looks like, how it benefits those outcomes that we've talked about?
It's kind of just a practical thing for us, right? And I think for the state land board, I mean, if you guys have been to Lahara, it takes a long time to get out there. I mean, if we're doing kind of range monitoring, we're meeting with permittees, we're kind of working on a restoration project. I mean, having folks focus not just on the BLM, to the north of Lahara and the BLM to the south of Lahara, kind of makes a lot of sense just to integrate into our programs. So doing during monitoring our work on the ground. I think it's probably similar for the forest, right? I mean, it's, Lahara is kind of this giant, kind of property. It's a huge animal thing, in the middle of federal lands.
Yeah, I'll just add too that we have agreements with the state. We work with BLM across different programs, including fire and range, and it's nothing new for us. And so for us, I think what Doug got to really highlights the fact that with three agencies, we all have different strengths and different authorities, honestly, whether it comes to land management work that we already do or stuff that we do in the future. Collectively, we can have a larger presence or a larger workforce than any one of us would alone. And that may sound kind of altruistic, but it's really true. And we do partner across all kinds of different work with the state and BLM.
Yeah.
Just a clarification. In your remarks, you mentioned in the end, it's how much money we can generate for school children. And that's certainly a real concern of ours, but it's a dual responsibility, stewardship, as well as revenue generation. So just want to make sure we clarify that.
Yeah. when we went out to visit the ranch, standing on the shores of that big lake in the middle, there were some local people out there from Alamosa, from the county, and they expressed how important it was to their legacy, to their heritage. And I think we all got that. But when I was standing out there and they were saying this is so important to our heritage, I was thinking, current moment, who could do a better job managing this thing? Who has the better ethos, to use Commissioner Scanlon's word right now? I'm not talking about you guys, but I'm talking about the federal administration. I would easily say the state land board has a better ethos. And I guess if this transfer does happen, for you locals in the audience, remember this conversation. Because, you know, it will, regardless, it'll be up to you guys to protect what you so much love. But yeah, like I said, standing on the edge of that lake, I was just like, you know, removing all the other factors, I just think this land board is much more focused and cares about that place more than the federal government, not Mr. Vilsack and Hifek, if I'm saying it. So that's my comment.
Well, I think it might be time for someone else to have the
Yeah.
hot seat. Thank you both very much for taking the time and.
Thank you all for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doug and Troy. So next up, we have online our partners, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Mr. Rick Basagoitia.
Okay, I think I've turned everything on. Can you see and hear me?
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Commissioners, Director, Chair, appreciate the opportunity to deliver comments from a Colorado Parks and Wildlife perspective. I have been the area wildlife manager down in the valley since about 2004. And so a significant amount of time prior to my arrival, CPW's had the recreational lease on the La Jera property for, I don't know even how much longer before that. But it's a critical property for us. It's critical for wildlife, and there are a lot of things I'll talk about here in a little bit that we get involved in there. And so some of the concerns about stewardship and you know, the ability to maintain those values, I'll cover that a little bit. So, but giving a little bit of history on this, about 10 years ago, it came to my attention that there was a bit of a access issue. That the Rajadera Road that is the primary road up to La Jera Reservoir goes through a piece of private property that there was no easement upon, and that road could be closed. So that was very concerning for us. It's a large parcel of property. It's critically important to wildlife, especially big game. We have officially mapped migration corridors, winter concentration areas, production areas, and other important habitats in our species activity mapping that get utilized for all kinds of regulatory uses. So those are official mapping exercises that we have to run through every 4 years. And this property contains lots of those critical areas in it. As mentioned, it's culturally important for grazing, firewood, recreation, hunting, fishing, four-wheeling, all the other things that occur there. And so we looked at lots of different options for how we could go about ensuring that we were able to continue access onto the property for the public. And ultimately, it just came down to sitting down with the landowner, building a relationship and some trust and cooperation. And so we are currently operating year-to-year leases to maintain access for everybody. And CPW pays for that. But about that time, we just finished up a large property transaction with Costilla County and Western Rivers. And so I spoke with Alan's predecessor. His name was Dieter Erdmann at Western Rivers, and said, you know, one of the next things, if you can work on, is going to be this La Jera property. It is critically important to us. You know, we need to be able to keep that road open, and the values there are just such that we can't let this
occur in a way that the traditional uses are no longer able to be used there. So we started working on that, having conversations, and about somewhere in that time frame, there was a state land board plan that contemplated sale to private interests, and that created a huge uproar in the valley. We were getting calls, our leadership was getting calls, because the public doesn't distinguish between who's who. We are a key presence on that landscape a lot of the time, and so we get those calls, even if it's not our property or even if it's not our jurisdiction to manage overtly many of the things that are occurring there. So, like, all right, probably need to discuss this a little more carefully. Crafting a project that could thread the needle of the conservation needs and maintaining traditional uses is going to be extremely difficult, and it's going to require some creative solutions. So Dieter got to work on that and then eventually handed those over to Alan. And I think those guys have done an outstanding job of putting together a project that contemplates all of those concerns. So I'm here to say today that CPW wholeheartedly supports your option one to transfer that property to the Forest Service, BLM, and us. In our opinion, it is the best option that threads that needle. It's a difficult one. As has already been said, endless hours have been put into building relationships, building cooperation, and addressing concerns, while also fundraising to make this idea a reality. And so, in our opinion, that is the best option available. So I'm going to talk a little bit about options 2 and 3 real quick. Both of those options contemplate privatizing some of the hunting. Due to many factors that I don't have time to get into today, CPW is going to advocate against permitting private outfitting on these lands. Both options also contemplate developing and encouraging winter recreation, including trails and infrastructure. So as mentioned, we have the hunting lease there, hunting, fishing, recreational lease. But that all occurs during the time of year when wildlife either aren't there in the concentrations that they are there in the winter, and it's during times when those animals can sustain more human activity. So we also have a wildlife management responsibility, and because this is such a critically important property for wildlife, it's a place for hunters and wildlife to get together. And not only does that help us manage populations, it also fills a lot of freezers for the winter. However, during the winter periods after hunting seasons, it is exceedingly critical to not stress wildlife. They're trying to conserve their energy stores to survive that most critical time of year. So adding human recreation on top of that is going to be counterproductive and could have devastating effects on what is probably one of the most important wintering areas in the San Luis Valley. Our motivation is always going to be to severely reduce or eliminate human activity during this critical period for wintering wildlife. I'll talk a little bit more about the access. As mentioned previously, that access is critical to be able to get up there. This is rough country. There are other roads, but getting through them is exceedingly difficult. And development of any of the areas up there is going to be exceedingly expensive. It's so far from any developed areas. Trying to get contractors up there, which we have. We do projects on this property. Just transportation of gear and people and equipment is exceedingly expensive. I also can't speak for the landowner, but we have a very good relationship with that landowner. He very much supports option one, and I am very uncomfortable of our ability to maintain access if either option 2 or 3 are selected. So that concerns me a bit. There are community and cultural issues, as have been mentioned, and I'll express to you what kind of the way we look at it at Colorado Parks and Wildlife is that we have to have the public in order to manage wildlife. They're our primary tool through hunting to manage populations. We also must have their trust that we're doing the right things for their interests. CPW has learned some hard lessons in the Valley. I've been here 20 plus years, and My predecessors have learned some hard lessons, and it's always been my goal to ensure that we learn from those, we adjust, and we try to work in harmony with those that we are a part of the community. I feel it's important to convey some of the messages that we hear from hunters and folks that use that property. And one of those is there's a concept of querencia, which essentially refers to one's deep love and caring for their homeland and the land itself. And this particular property is critically important to largely Hispanic and other underserved communities for whom this property serves to help them meet their ability to subsist. So when our policies and management haven't aligned with those communities' legitimate needs, we've had some significant and unnecessary conflicts that become quite divisive and extremely expensive. So I just wanted to offer that. I also wanted to throw in that because this property is so critical to us, we do have programs and resources that we can put towards this. We actually have an MOU with the BLM between the two state wildlife areas on the east side, where we actually manage that portion of BLM as if it was a state wildlife area through MOU, just because that property and section of property is critically important, especially during hard winters. So we have and will take additional actions along with the approval of the appropriate agencies to ensure that we're doing the things in these properties that need to be done, because it's what wildlife resource is so critical here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Questions, commissioners? Thank you again very much for joining us and sharing your insights. Moving on.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Rick.
Mhm.
So next up, we have the Conejos County Commission. All three of you are welcome next. Welcome to step up. Commissioner Jarvis Garcia Barros, welcome.
So thank you guys for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Commissioner Jarvis. I don't know if I drew the short straw or what, but they asked me to speak today. Well, Commissioner Barros, Commissioner Garcia, want to thank them for coming up, but I really want to thank our citizens who are here with us and who are online. I had a lot of stuff prepared, but I changed that. I'm sitting here listening to you guys say you have the best ethos to manage that property, and I would argue that that is not true. As county commissioners and as citizens who use that property, we have the best ethos. And through this whole process, we've been working with everybody. You guys have been down there. I haven't had a call from anybody to say, how will this affect your citizens? And that bothers me a little bit. And it doesn't. I know you have a huge job, and it's huge. The other thing that bothers me a little bit is that you're worried about the current administration at a federal level making a decision that would be detrimental to us. But yet you're willing to come and make a decision on our behalf. There's no difference, guys. This board could change. Everything was going exactly as planned until this board changed. So the best thing, as far as I'm concerned, is to listen to our people, which we do. You guys could all come down to the San Luis Valley and learn a few things. There's 6 counties down there. We meet together quarterly as county commissioners, and we do what is best for the valley as a whole. I could not even tell you what the political affiliation of most of the county commissioners from the other county is. And I don't care, because we have citizens that we have to represent, and that is our job. That's what we do. My dad used to always say when I was growing up, it's easy to spend other people's money. And most of the time, that's when I was spending his. He would tell me that. But I would say it's easy to make a decision in a vacuum. And so I want to kind of fill that vacuum a little bit. Years ago, and I grew up working for my grandfather in a full service gas station. The best thing about that was being able to listen to the people who are the best stewards of the land that you'll ever find, and that's farmers and ranchers, because they depend on it for a livelihood. And I sat there and I listened for years, and some of the descendants of these guys that I listened to, and it was hilarious, and it concerned the Alamosa National Wildlife Refuge. Years ago, that was some of the best nesting habitat and grassland in all of the San Luis Valley. and they graze cattle in there. The farmers and ranchers graze their cattle. They use that as pasture year round. A new group came in, decided, or a new director came in. I'm listening to these old guys talk about it. Decided that they needed to start grazing that property differently. They made it so burdensome on those grazers that they finally all walked away, took their cattle and walked away. Said it's just too much. We can't do this. There's somebody trying to manage it that doesn't understand. So they all walked away. So that was when I was 14 years old, 40 years ago. So imagine my surprise 10 years ago when I'm sitting in one of our Valley County Commissioner meetings as a county commissioner and listening to representatives from the Alamosa Wildlife Refuge trying to figure out how to manage that property because it had become overgrown. There's no more nesting. Everything had dropped. It had fallen apart. And guess what one of their options was? Maybe we should graze some cattle in there. They could have, the farmers and ranchers, if they would have listened to them 40 years before that, it would have never gotten into that shape. And I'm not saying that would happen here, but we need to listen to the people we represent. As you notice, I didn't say I'm here to represent the people that voted for me. I don't know who voted for me if you did. I'm here to represent the citizens of Pinejos County. Mr. Basiagoda online, he mentioned it a little bit. And maybe you guys don't understand or don't believe, but there are people that literally depend on elk and deer meat to get through the winter. If that was to change, that would be detrimental. They depend on wood for their heat. That's their main source of heat. And they depend on that. And so when all of this happened, and another thing that, so they brought up the little timeline, and it's interesting. In 2017, you said this board started looking at disposing of this property. Well, if you look in the Colorado Sun, there's an article that was written in 2020, and I brought this up in one of our county commissioners meetings, and that's when the phones blew up. Basically, that article says that I was a conspiracy theorist, not those words, but that I was crazy. No, we've never discussed it. We're not looking at it. And we had representatives from the state land board down in our county at the next meeting, assuring us that it wasn't for sale. A year later, hey, we're working on selling this. Would you guys come and join us? So it's back and forth. So when all this came up and we said, let's look at something. Western Rivers came in, our neighboring county, Costilla County, did a project just like this, not near as big, but that land now is protected, it's locked in, and people are using it just like it's always been used. So my concern, I guess, my proposal for today is, why would we rock the boat now? We've worked on it. We've got our citizens on board. This is probably the biggest collaboration of a project that I've been a part of in 15 years as a county commissioner. And like I said, it didn't matter Republican, Democrat, Forest Service, BLM, CPW. You know how hard it is to get these organizations to work together lots of times, but we've done it. And it's been a great process, and it's a good process, and we feel it's the best process. And I would appreciate that you listen to the people who are, like I said, who have the best ethos to control and to run that land. They know what they're doing. They understand it 100%. Do you guys have anything?
There's nothing I can say better than Commissioner Jarvis's finished such a heartfelt of words. And it's easy to go down there for one day and walk around that area. Go down there when our ranchers are taking their cattle in, bringing their cattle out. People are hunting. People, like I said, people count on this. This is a way of life for our community. Talk about crippling a community. That's what would happen.
Well, Commissioner Jarvis, I made the comment about ethos, and I wasn't comparing your community.
I know, I understand that.
I was comparing the current federal administration to the land board, please.
Yeah.
Ironically, I think this commission and you, the local community, and all the people that have built this whole agreement are trying to do the same thing. And I think there's just a question, it's a good discussion anyway, as to what's the best way to do it. And maybe we probably should have had better communication with you. I don't know. But believe me, I think I speak for all the commissioners that we want to do the best thing. And given the instability of the federal government, we question it. But again, ironically, I think both sides are trying to figure out the right path. So
I agree with that
Yeah.
100%. And I appreciate your willingness to serve because it's hard to get people to do anything on a board. So I do understand that 100%. But the bottom line is, and if I've learned anything, and I'm a pretty slow learner, but if I've learned anything, it's if we do not listen to the people that are on the ground, then we hurt them.
Yeah.
And if we use whatever resource they're using as a political back and forth, we hurt them. And that's it.
Yeah.
And so I thank you for that. And I hope that you will listen. I think some of them
Absolutely.
are online to comment and make comments, and
Yeah.
there's generational farmers and ranchers that know how to manage that and feel that this is by far the best process that we can come up with this time. So thank you.
So thank
for your
you.
time.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Just
it.
one moment.
Yes, go
Commissioner
ahead.
Garcia, did you have?
Oh, yeah,
anything?
did you have?
No, I'm just saying as we were looking back about the representing them, but we're talking about their grandfathers and we're talking 6, 7 generations going back. So, and everybody's talking about the Christine of the land. Well, that's because it's been taken care of. And that's why it's in great hands and should stay in the great hands that it is.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you all.
much.
And I did hear your call for better communication, and I pledge that.
Thank you. And I appreciate that.
Okay. It's gonna be tough to follow those folks, but I think Mr. Ken Salazar is up to it.
Thank you very much.
Ken Salazar, former ambassador to Mexico, former Interior Secretary, former US Senator. Really appreciative of you taking the time to come talk to us about Mahara, I suppose.
Thank you very much, Chair Frobe and Director Nicole, and to all the members of this board. Let me try to frame this in a very simple way. For me, this is about the future of conservation in the United States of America and really in the world. It's about an example that the State Land Board can lead by doing what has been proposed as option number 1 here, and that's a disposal program that has been discussed and reviewed and presented here this morning. So I'm here to urge you with all of my history and what I have done to approve this on behalf of the people of the state of Colorado in fulfillment of your mission, which is a legally mandated mission to maximize the revenue for the State Land Board for the benefit of the students and public schools of this state. And also because I believe strongly that there are large parts of America that are basically forgotten. Those are the rural areas of not only Colorado, but other places as well. And this is a very unique opportunity where the Costilla and Conejos County Commissioners, the BLM, Forest Service, CPW, all have come together to say, let's lead. And that's what Colorado has done. That's what we did in Colorado, but we started a long time ago with programs when I was director of the Department of Natural Resources, with the Youth and Natural Resources programs, with the creation of Great Outdoors Colorado, with the reforms with the State Land Board, with everything that we have done. But let me come back, if I may, with your permission, Madam Chair, and talk to you a little bit about the Valley. I'm proud of the people behind me. I'm one of them. I vote in Conejos County. I haven't yet voted, Mitch, for you, but I may. But the fact is that this community hangs together. They have to hang together because the Valley is a long ways from Denver. Some of you will remember Roy Romer, Josie. And I remember I was his chief counsel in 1987. In June of that year, I suggested to the governor that what we ought to do is we ought to create this Dome on the Range program and take the people from Denver, the people from the cabinet, out into rural Colorado. He said to me, Ken, let's do it. What's the first place you want to go? I said, the San Luis Valley. He said, why? I said, because there are other governors, Dick Lamb, you will remember, others, who would go to the Valley and they do a fly-in to Alamosa, visit Adams State, and then come back. I said, no, you have to do Conejos County and Costilla County. So for 2 days, we spent our time in Costilla County, Conejos County, Rio Grande, Mineral, Saguache, Alamosa, and had a fabulous input that really has created lots of things that have happened since that time. I don't want to regale you with a lot of war stories about AWDI and fighting to protect the water of the valley because we don't want to become another Owens Valley or desolated places we've seen all around this country in different places in Nevada, California, Arizona. But what I want to do in my time here is to set forth the vision that we have worked on the crown jewel. That is the San Luis Valley and the crown jewels. I'm going to take you through just a little bit of a topographical and geographical review. I'll start with the Great Sand Dunes National Park. That was bipartisan. Senator Ben Nighthorse Gamble, at the meeting that we had out on the dunes, I was Attorney General, said it's going to take 10 years to get this thing done. This community behind us, the counties, commissioners, everybody, the Nature Conservancy in Western Rivers, I thought you, they came together and said, no, we can do this in a year. Well, we did get it done in a year. I have the original pen that was used by President Clinton that signed the legislation that created the Great Sand Dunes National Park. Why did we do it? We did it for two simple reasons. One, we needed the economic diversity that this project now stands for. At that time, there were 150,000 or so visitors a year to the valley, to the Great Sand Dunes National Monument. We made it a national park. Last year, there were almost 700,000 visitors that came to visit the Great Sand Dunes. Well, what does that do for these rural economies? What does it do for Garland, to San Luis, to Antonito, to Alamosa? It brings in a lot of revenue into those counties. So the tourism aspect of it. What was the second thing? They care about the valley. We care about the valley. We've given our heart and soul to protect the water in that valley. You'll remember AWDI, financier, supported by billionaire, supported by the then governor of the state and others, came in and tried to dry up the valley by putting in a bunch of wells that would essentially have dried up the aquifer of the valley. Okay, we fought it and we beat it, and then we fought it and we beat the son of AWDI, and then we beat Referendum A. I won't tell you the war stories around it, but the motivations for creating the Great Sand Dunes National Park, supported by then senators like Senator Campbell, Senator Tim Wirth, and others, was that we would protect the water and agricultural way of the valley, and we would also at the same time create opportunities for economic diversity for the valley. And that has been accomplished. I won't take you through the detail of any of these projects because they were all complicated, no different than what you're dealing with today. But if you go from the Great Sand Dunes, let's just go south along the Sangre de Cristo mountain range. Sangre de Cristo means the blood of Christ. It's when you wake up in the morning, as I do at our ranch every day when I'm there, and I look out at the crimson sky coming over those mountains. I remember Senator Harry Reid as majority leader talking to me about that story. Why was it named the Sangre de Cristo Mountains? It was named that way because legend has it that Spanish priest who was dying died as the sun came up over those mountains. And so that used to be the Sangre de Cristo land grant, all of the mountains. So Louis Bacon, private ownership, billionaire. I don't know whether he's a Republican, Independent, or Democrat, but with the Department of Interior, with the Fish and Wildlife Service, I negotiated with them when I was Secretary of Interior, supported by then President Barack Obama and what we were doing, and created the largest land conservation donation in the history of the United States of America, 172,000 acres, which is now under conservation, supporting wildlife corridors, supporting sustainable forestry, supporting education, supporting jobs with the sawmill at Blanca. That's what we did there. Move to the south along the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. There's a so-called Taylor Ranch. Now in some heated dispute, many of us supported the legislation that was passed with respect to the fencing that was being put up. Why? Because it's important to keep our conservation efforts alive. We'll move down to the west. Sometimes people think Costilla County and Conejos County are one and the same. They're not. They're very different in a lot of different ways. But look at these two counties, Costilla and Conejos County. They've come together on it's called the Brownie Hills. Now it's called but it's another CPD BW of 25,000 acres. But importantly, Commissioner Jarvis and all the commissioners were with me, I think, October the 3rd at the Lovatos Bridge. The Lovatos Bridge is a historic bridge over a century old. It was brought in to connect the two counties across this beautiful gorge of the Rio Grande. They, along with Congressman John Salazar, pushed forward the Rio Grande Natural Area, which we are making another crown jewel of tourism, economic development, and recreation. That day, when I was out there doing a hike with Doug Vilsack and a number of other people who support that project, there were the students that came from Antonito, from San Luis, who were there to learn about this education laboratory, which I know, knowing many of you on this board, you care about the kids. And that's what the Rio Grande Natural Area is producing. I'm proud to be a part of those efforts. And then you swing across. Some of you who've been down to Antonito, you'll know the Cumbres Toltec Railroad. I'd love to have you down there. Yeah, I remember working with then Representative Louis Sens on the Cumbres Toltec Railroad. That brings tourism into Conejos County, into the very southern part, and connects us up to our history in northern New Mexico, into Chama. And then you keep coming across to the San Juan Mountains, beautiful San Juan Mountains. You know, I was director of the Department of Natural Resources. I was then Attorney General, and we sued Robert Friedland because of what he had done in contaminating the Alamosa River. Well, what's happened with those proceeds? They went in to try to create a river restoration area in the river, which includes some water for the river and stream flow, that is now functioning. That river is coming back. So I tell you some of that history. We could go on to Wheeler Gap and lots of other things, but I won't do that. I'll just stop there and just say that this project, this La Jara project, is as important in our times as the Great Sand Dunes National Park effort was now 25 years ago. This is the project for the 21st century for the San Luis Valley. And with the support of the Forest Service, the BLM, CPW, and most importantly, the people who are sitting behind it, the ranchers, the farmers, those of us who walked these lands, hunted these lands, who raised these lands, we can get this done. So to your fear, I'll address that in a minute. I would not be afraid at all. This is, we talk about taking a leap of faith. This is not exactly a leap of faith because you have a strong foundation that will make sure that this dream can in fact happen. Let me, so that, you know how passionately I believe in this. Let me address quickly the question Commissioner Harvey, you and Commissioner Pribble, Commissioner Heath, Commissioner Scanlon, others have raised with me, and that's federal government, this administration, the rollbacks. Well, let me say a few things on that. First and foremost, I was proud to have had a chapter with President Obama, working as your Secretary of Interior, working on conservation projects throughout the United States and Alaska and the oceans of America. I'm proud of that legacy. But I am proud of the men and women who are part of the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Bureau of Land Management, the Geological Survey, all of the rest of the agencies, the Bureau of Reclamation, all of that, and the sister agency, the Forest Service. If you think about Teddy Roosevelt's vision back in the 1900s, creation of Pelican Island, the Forest Service, creation of the National Park System in 1960, they were looking at a century ahead. They were not looking at the moment of a political dynamic. Each of those was controversial. Remember Abraham Lincoln, creation of one of the first national parks in our country. You have everything that we have done, the Grand Canyon, the protection of the Grand Canyon, which I helped lead on a number of different fronts. Those are all difficult issues. But today, the United States is still leading the world. And we are looked at with great hope. And this project, because of the great unity and collaboration of the Valley, can be that. But you have to support these people who are public servants. They're not subject to the political whims of what's happening with shutdowns or rollbacks on this rule or that. They're committed. What you heard from Doug Vilsack and from Troy, those things you can take to the ballot. They're going to happen. And there's protections. Okay. Susan Collins and I led the effort on the land and water conservation. Senator Lamar Alexander and I found the permanent funding of the LWCF. Barack Obama and I sat in his office and talked about the history of John Kennedy and Robert Kennedy and Henry Diamond. Now they proposed the LWCF back in the 60s. It became a reality. Well, look at what we're doing in a permanent source of funding, a chair probe that we now have for the LWCF. You got to support LWCF. You have to. So I just say you have to approve this thing, but I am not afraid. I'm not afraid of what's happening in Washington now with respect to this project. So the men and women of the agencies, you got to support their recommendation. The second thing I want to say is you're doing your job. You're doing your job by raising the right questions. Climate. You know, there's a lot of changes. You know, I hear from lots of my former colleagues here in Mexico, those in Mexico who are working with the Nature Conservancy on the Selva Maya, the crown jewel of the protection of a rainforest that involves Guatemala, Mexico, and Belize. Well, they have been told not to use the word climate from the part of the United States, different from Mexico. They're all in now because of the work that we did. It's going to be a conservation crown jewel for the Western Hemisphere. I can guarantee you it's going to happen. It's going to happen because we've set the stage. So I am not, as you can tell, a supporter of the current president. Okay. I think that much of what he says, including the language, is headed in the wrong direction. But I'm not here to make a political statement. I'm here to make a statement on behalf of Costilla County, Conejos County, the Valley, and on behalf of Adams State University. In this crowd today, you'll see the president of Adams State University. Dave Tamberg, can you please step over here? And Paul Formasino, Rio Grande del Norte Centro. Let me tell you, these guys, they are a Hispanic serving institution. They have done more to take the people from the lowest ranks of poverty in the United States and give them an opportunity that very few institutions have done. Adams State, through their efforts, are very involved with us and the commissioners on the Rio Grande del Norte on all of those conservation efforts. Adams State is a classroom of education with a laboratory before that, which is an entire ecosystem of the valley. You need to support Adams State. Last night, we had an event for Adams State to come up with Dave Tamberg just to make a presentation to some members of the JBC, to members of the governor's cabinet and others, to say, learn about us, learn about Adams State. And so I say the institutions of the Valley are 100% behind what we are doing here. Let me, so I'm not afraid at all about this project. It's in some ways, I won't regale you about the Everglades or the Mississippi River Delta or anything else, but I do urge the board as a private citizen, as a rancher in the San Luis Valley, as a voter in Conejos County, that you support option one so we can get moving forward. And I'll conclude with two last points. One, I want to work with you. I want to work with Nicole. I want to work with you, Chair, and members of the board, because there's so much more that we can do. This is an opportunity to let's get this deal done. There's a lot more that we can do that'll be good for the Valley. It'll create this great example for the state of Colorado. Number two, I would like to invite you to come to Conejos County, to come spend some time as private citizens, or if you want to come as a board, you can do that too. Let's spend a day together. Let's do what Doug Vilsack and I did with a number of other people just a few weeks ago, Paul Formasino and others. We took a hike down the Rio Grande. It's a beautiful gorge. It has the thousands and thousands of years of history of the Native American tribes and what they did on the Rio Grande, where the history of the unity between Colorado and New Mexico, downstream states and Mexican border, you can see it on those walls. You can echo from one side of the canyon to the other. Come and join us. Come to the valley, and we will treat you. I will invite you to a dinner. the Dutch mill. They think the Dutch mill, we'll get them to cater something at the house. So chair. Bro. So that's a formal invitation.
Thank
And I
you
hope
very
you can
much.
accept.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
I certainly accept that. I can't exactly when I'll be there, but I will be back.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and sharing your
Thank you.
perspective.
Thank you for your
Really
incredible
Yeah.
public service in
Yeah.
every part
Years
of
and
your
years,
life
yeah.
and for the love of an area that is so obvious. We share that passion about this land, and the fact that you've come today means a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thanks. I'm not sure it's fair to bring Secretary Salazar to a public hearing.
Thank you, sir. So up next, I think Hillary Henry is here to represent Michael Bennett, Senator Michael Bennett.
When I signed up for this, I should have considered that I would have to follow Secretary Salazar. Okay, well, thank you. Good morning, State Land Board Commissioners. My name is Hillary Henry, and I serve as Senator Bennett's Western Slope Director. I am here today to share remarks on his behalf. Thank you for taking the time to consider this important decision. I know you have many public comments to hear this morning. We've already heard some great ones, and we have many more from people who know this land very well. You have received a letter from Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper with points similar to those that I will make today, so I will keep my remarks brief. Senator Bennett encourages the State Land Board to move forward with the Lahara transfer for 4 main reasons. First, there is strong, widespread support for this project across Colorado, and importantly, from the people who live, work, recreate, and know the lands best in the San Luis Valley. Current and former federal, state, and local leaders from the valley, along with grazing lessees, sportsmen, and conservation groups, have all spoken to the value of the property and the importance of seeing this project through. Second, should the board choose to withdraw from the project, Colorado as a state stands to lose over $40 million in conservation funding. When Senator Bennett worked to permanently reauthorize and fully fund the Land and Water Conservation Fund, this type of broadly supported project was exactly what he hoped the program would support. The federal government has prioritized this acquisition for 3 consecutive fiscal years, delaying other projects in Colorado and across the country. Any unused funding is unlikely to be kept within the state and could be directed elsewhere. Third, while Senator Bennett is deeply opposed to the current administration's direction on federal public lands policy, the foundational protection that govern these lands remain in place. Statutory and regulatory guidelines continue to require reasoned decision-making, public engagement, and long-term stewardship. I will also say that they have strict limitations on disposal, and those are heightened for properties that have been acquired through LWCF funding. Senator Bennett, alongside Colorado colleagues, has also led the fight to prevent the sell-off of public lands, stop the terminations of our public land managers, and stand up for sound public lands policy. These bedrock policies and Colorado's record should give the board confidence that the lands will continue to be managed in the public interest. Finally, future LWCF funding is not guaranteed. Walking away now would break trust with the San Luis Valley community, federal agencies, and congressional appropriators who have worked for years to assemble this deal. If the project falls through, it would be difficult to revive. It would also leave the State Land Board with a low-performing asset that a future buyer could be compelled to sell, potentially to a private buyer, if adequate federal funds were no longer available. On behalf of Senator Bennett, thank you again for your thoughtful consideration of this project and for your continued service to the people of Colorado.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much for coming and addressing us. Does anyone have any questions? And you all did receive the letter.
Yep.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, and thank you for sending the letter as well. We
Thank
appreciate
you
it.
so much.
Sorry. Who's next?
Senator Hicken.
Senator Hickenlooper's office.
So we have several representatives from Senator Hickenlooper's office. Online, Patrick Ortiz signed up to speak. But if I don't have that right, let me know. There's someone else who's gonna speak.
Patrick is raising his hand
Perfect.
and promoting him to address you all.
Hi there. I think I joined as a panelist. Am I good here?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Great. Thanks, everyone. Good morning. I'm Patrick Ortiz, Senator John Hickenlooper's San Luis Valley Regional Representative. I'm here to share the Senator's support for the La Jera property transfer in Conejos County through the Land and Water Conservation Fund. This project is the result of nearly a decade of work by local leaders, ranchers, conservation groups, and state and federal agencies. The 46,000-acre transfer would protect important wildlife habitat, maintain public access for hunting, fishing, and recreation, and preserve cultural sites. It also keeps grazing opportunities in place, a reminder that conservation and working lands go hand in hand. This effort reflects the kind of community-led, balanced approach Colorado is known for and also aligns with the mission of the LWCF. Senator Hickenlooper is proud to have helped secure over $40 million in LWCF funding for the La Jera project, and he's determined to see the transfer through to completion. Our office wants to thank you all for your partnership and for considering a project that reflects the values of the San Luis Valley. Senator Hickenlooper looks forward to continuing to work with you and protect Colorado's landscapes and support the communities who depend on them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments on behalf of Senator Hickenlooper. Any questions? We appreciate the efforts that folks have gone through to raise the LWCF funds.
Thanks,
Are there-
Thanks, Patrick. So I know we have a representative from Representative Jeff Hurd's office online. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. We brought you to panelist, but if not, we just wanted to recognize Representative Hurd provided public comments and sent someone to this meeting. So would you like to speak? Okay. And then if there's, I know Senator Cleve Simpson wanted to speak. I think his schedule got in the way. Hopefully he'll join us in a little bit.
Nicole, can you speak a little louder,
Sure,
please?
just, I know Senator Simpson wanted to speak, and hopefully he'll be able to rejoin us via Zoom in a little while. We wanted to just open it up to any other elected officials who wanted to speak on this matter, online or in person. Okay. I don't hear.
So, if you'll indulge us, we, before we move to the next segment of public comment and input, we're gonna allow the board to take a quick 5-minute break. And then we would like to very much hear from those of you in the room and then others who are on Zoom who have additional input for us. Thank you.
Okay.
They're doing pretty good since then, since I was.
What? Okay, we do have Commissioner Harvey. All right, I think we're ready. Here's some input from members of the public in the room from Conejos County and Castilla County. We're delighted you're here. And we do, yes, I imagine we'll have maybe even more than one online. So if we could start with folks in the room, yeah.
So, sorry, Chair Pro. Senator Simpson has rejoined us.
Oh,
So
thank
we'd
you.
like to go to Senator Simpson, if you are available, just raise your hand.
He's on. He's ready to roll.
Love to hear from you, Senator.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me.
We can.
Perfect. I'm apologies for not being there in person. I know how much more impactful testimony is in person from my other duties. So I'm actually in Santa Fe at a Colorado River conference meeting, so stepped out to offer my perspectives to the board. Again, thank you all for this opportunity. And I know myself and Representative Matt Martinez submitted written comments to the board for your consideration as well. Just to highlight for you all, this consideration about the Lahara transfer, Lahara Basin transfer, you know, the reservoir in particular is 25 miles from my porch. I can see the basin. I can't see the reservoir, but I certainly can see the basin. Again, out my front porch. Spent my adolescence tromping around there, camping there as a Boy Scout. It means a lot to me in my community. And I just wanted to reiterate Rep. Martinez and I's full support for approval of the disposal. I think it actually, you know, does a really impactful, meaningful decision to folks in the San Luis Valley, in particular in Conejos and Costilla counties. More particular, I know some of the permittees on the properties. They've reached out to me regularly to go, please help make sure the approval of the disposal goes through. And I did want to highlight, look, the community, the San Luis Valley in particular, has a long history of really collaborative efforts with the federal government. The Rio Grande National Forest has likely still the only forest that has decreed in-stream flow water rights on all of their streams. And that was a result of us, the community, coming together collaboratively to do that. And then there's just a long laundry list of other projects, the Rio Grande Natural Area, the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve, the Baca Grande National Wildlife Area. It's just in our DNA to work, particularly with the federal government and all of our local entities, to create really positive outcomes for our community. I do caution, like, this day and age, flaming the fires of distrust of government. We really should be thoughtful about our local community inputs, and really the scales need to tip towards protecting those interests and the values that our local communities hold near and dear, and absolutely advocate for, again, the approval of the disposal of this property. I truly believe this is what's best for our community, and to a person from my constituents, they've been very vocal about asking me to step in and represent them in this space, and hope the board will take that under advisement and consideration as you debate this particular issue and the outcome. So thank you all from Santa Fe. Again, my apologies. I truly wished I could be there, but best of luck to you all today.
Thank you very much for joining us and taking the time. We wish you could be here in person too, but we understand.
Thank you, Senator Simpson. And so now we're going to go to public comment. And we only had a couple signups in the room, but Liz, Rose, and Taylor, if you want to get us started. Is Taylor also here? Welcome. Yep, so then right up there. There you go. Thanks for coming. We are limiting public comment, right, Chair?
Oh, yes, I was make that announcement. Yes, we are really endeavoring to keep public comment to about 2 minutes per person. So we appreciate your support then.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. My name's Liz Rose. I live in Boulder, and I'm here representing the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. We're a nonprofit whose mission is to guarantee all Americans quality places to hunt and fish. And we urge the board to give a final approval for option one. As we believe it's justified by the assessments completed by staff, consistent with the board's intent to conserve this property, and supported by the broadest unified coalition of stakeholders that I have ever seen support a single action. And while the loud public support for option one may feel off-putting to some, perhaps, I ask you to see this as evidence of our collective belief in your staff and this board to find higher producing properties that would well suit the land board's mission and staffing resources and capacity that would conserve ecosystems and economic opportunities where it's really needed across the state, and that would feasibly achieve that 1.5% to 3% income yield sought for new land investments. And we believe that it would serve the land board's beneficiaries and communities, including ours, including the hunting and fishing community. This proposal has for so many years looked like an exciting opportunity to us for the land board to find and purchase excellent, easy to administer properties to fulfill its mission without having to pilot new programs or add staff capacity or expertise, especially considering the current state of our state budget as well. And while also being a huge opportunity for local residents and others to enjoy perpetual, equitable public access to the outdoors on the LaHara property under federal and CPW ownership. And the last point I'll say is just the TRCP spends a lot of time on federal land management policy and planning. And we share the sentiment that we're not afraid that in the next 2 to 3 years of things going awry, we think this is still the best option on the table, and appreciate your time.
Excuse me, Liz, what's your last name?
Rose.
As in the flower? Thank you.
All right, commissioners, thanks for having me. My name's Taylor Luneau. It's spelled Luneau, and I'm the Colorado Conservation Manager with the Wilderness Society, also based in Boulder. Our mission at TWS is to unite people to protect America's wild places. And on behalf of our members and supporters across the country, we urge you to vote yes on option one to approve the LaHara acquisition. As you know, 7+ years of collaborative effort have brought us to the decision today, and your approval on this project on behalf of communities and the people of Colorado who overwhelmingly support it will build on the prior success of the Land and Water Conservation Fund in this state, and will maintain the state land board's credibility as a good faith partner with the federal government and broader with the Colorado communities. As you know, LWCF is a wildly successful program, and Colorado has received roughly $357 million in funding over the past 5 decades, touching nearly every community across our state. But importantly, I think what we have to do is consider what the message of the vote here sends today. And to your point, Director, for decades, politicians in Utah have been waging a campaign to sell off or transfer our national public lands, seeking to take control of the incredible places that belong to the American people and are stewarded by the federal agencies on the public's behalf. These politicians, as you mentioned, argue that the state could do a better job of managing these lands than the federal government. And we really believe that this is a false argument. And when you pair this with the defunding of the agencies and the hollowing out of their staff, really what's happening is a clear aim to erode trust in the federal government in order to create fertile grounds to sell off or transfer national public lands to private interests. While that might be true, we must push back against this false narrative, and your vote today can do that. So we urge you to vote yes on approving the acquisition. I love that.
It's like
I thought maybe you could reach that.
I mean, like, great. Happy to answer any questions. Plenty more to speak about, but thank you for all for your work.
Thank you.
We appreciate your comment. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Taylor.
That's the free sound, by the way. I'm not gonna pay for it.
So is there anybody else in the room that wanted to make a comment on LaHara? If so, you are welcome to step up to the table. Take your seat.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you if you like to share.
Thank you. My name is Paul Formisano. That's Formisano. And I direct the Salazar Rio Grande del Norte Center at Adams State University. So I represent one of the water centers at universities throughout the state of Colorado. Many have spoken about the collaboration that is very much key to the spirit of the San Luis Valley. I've been a resident there for the last year and a half, so relatively new. But in my time, I have been incredibly impressed by the ways in which people across the aisle and from many different constituencies come together to do important work. The San Luis Valley represents about 0.1% of the overall population of Colorado, but the valley also produces about 39% of its overall agricultural output, which is very impressive. The challenge is that way of life in many ways is being threatened because of climate change and the impact on our surface water resources. And so the valley is very much looking to diversify its economic opportunities. And I see the La Jera property as one way to really pursue that, to diversify our portfolio and to provide more opportunities for regions that, as you know, are very impoverished. So, and perhaps more importantly, to really just sustain ways of life. As was noted previously, the hunting, the wood gathering that happens there, that's not just recreation, that's to sustain a way of life. As one colleague said, it's not just to have a nice fireplace and ambiance in your home, it's to get through the winter. And so there are deep cultural interests there, and this property goes a long way to sustaining that way of life. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room? Come on up.
Shad Crowther. I did write a letter in, but I think I'm a sixth generation person that's ran cows on that La Jera lease. I've got boys that dream of doing that as well. As far as management of the ground, as Commissioner Jarvis stated, I mean, we have to manage it or it hurts us in the end. So we do our best. Also, as far as part of my lease there in La Jera coincides with the forest permit. I'm on the lease for a little while, then I go to the forest and then I come back. So it works well with the forest. But as far as the people that are really checking on us, I mean, you have CPW that are up there, you have the BLM rangers and the law enforcement for the Forest Service. So they keep a pretty good eye on management of stuff. So it is looked after by these other agencies pretty well. Anyways, as far as if this was to transfer to the Forest Service, we visited with the Forest Service agency there at home, and they'll work on keeping us in there. So I feel like if we could transfer that, it's the best likelihood for my heritage, my culture, of my family, of my kids to stay as ranchers and keep our livelihood going. It's hard to stay running cattle. It's hard to find places to run cattle. The La Jera lease is a big enough lease for me that if we were to be kicked off that or no longer allowed to graze, that probably is the end of me running cattle. And so that's the end of my family moving forward, my heritage. So anyways, I support the sale. I appreciate the leases that have gone on for 100 years with the state lease. I appreciate the state land and the help that they've been to my families. So I guess that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Anyone else in the room? Hey, I did want to mention that Colorado Cattlemen's Association alerted me that at their mid-winter conference, their membership endorsed the sale as well. So option one. Want to turn it over to Deputy Director Nick Massey to coordinate the online comments.
Hi, folks listening along online. Now's the time where we're turning to you. On your Zoom viewer, you've got a raise hand feature. And if you want to use that to make comments to the board on this item, now's the time to do that. We'll take you in order. Hopefully the plan will be that when you come forward, you'll be able to manage your own mic and camera. We'd love to see you as we hear you. And you should be able to see the timer on your end for that 2 minutes. Warmly welcome you to follow that 2 minutes the best we can to get as many voices as we can have heard. So I'm going to bring forward Desi Parker and Jordan Williams first. As soon as you're ready, you're in control on your end, and we'll see you on our screen.
Wonderful. Hello, my name is Desi Parker, and I'm speaking today as a member of Mountain Mamas and as a San Luis Valley resident. Mountain Mamas is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting clean air, water, climate, and public lands for future generations. The Lahara Basin land transfer is an important conservation project that is the result of years of collaboration among local leaders, state and federal land management, elected officials. It's had strong bipartisan support and brings together ranchers, landowners, stewardship organizations, and community advocates who share a common vision of the land. The proposed transfer would secure permanent public access, long-term protection. It would improve quality of life for local residents, expand equitable recreation opportunities beyond hunting and fishing, and strengthen the outdoor economy in an under-resourced part of our state. It also ensures that children and families have safe, welcoming places to explore, learn, and connect with nature. Opportunities to experience public lands firsthand, build a lifelong appreciation for stewardship, and help raise the next generation of Coloradans who understand the value of protecting our shared environment. Funding for this project comes from the LWCF, which provides federal conservation dollars that have already been allocated for this purpose. We respectfully ask the board to approve option 1 to transfer the Lahara Basin land transfer while these funds remain available. The Lahara Basin represents Colorado at its best. Working lands, wildlands, and community all woven together. Let's protect it now for future generations to inherit, not just as revenue, but a thriving landscape that tells a story of who we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still gonna play. So Jordan Williams, you're up, and then I'll bring up Brendan Witt and Shannon Hoyt.
Awesome. My name is Jordan Williams, and I'm the Colorado Regional Representative for the Continental Divide Trail Coalition, and I'm based in Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm commenting today in support of the Colorado State Land Board approving the disposal of the Lahara Exchange as outlined in your meeting packet under option 1. In addition to CDTC's comment letter, which highlights that the Lahara parcel is just 8 miles away from the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail as the crow flies, I would like to further emphasize that as the lead national partner for the CDT, we work very closely with federal, state, and local land managers all over the country. So we are well aware of the present day concerns with protections for our national public lands and staffing capacity in light of recent policy and budget decisions at the federal level. However, with the future administration of the Lahara parcels in the San Luis Valley falling under local management plans as well as supplemental guidelines like the CDT Comprehensive Plan, we have full confidence in ongoing protections for recreation and conservation in the area, as evidenced by all the community support today at this meeting and the capability of land managers doing the work on the ground in the SLV. In September, I had the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. and advocate for continued funding and administrative support for the LWCF program, Land and Water Conservation Fund, which has been a long-running bipartisan effort over 6 decades. In DC, I was joined by community and business leaders from Colorado District 3, and we met with almost the entire Colorado delegation on both sides of the aisle to share our stories and highlight the need for continued conservation work through LWCF. The federal support is there for LWCF as long as we continue to support it at the local level as well. Walking away from the Lahara Exchange today would be sending the wrong partisan message at the wrong time. We must always keep in mind that landscape conservation and long-term public lands management is at a different timescale than political administrations. Going forward, CDTC is excited to collaborate with the State Land Board and the newly created Conservation and Recreation Work Group to elevate the state's capacity to engage with ongoing recreation needs and the future conservation opportunities like the CDT completion efforts in the Muddy Pass area, for example. With all that in mind, though, we thank you for seizing this generational opportunity voting to improve the exchange. Thank you.
Thank you. Brendan Witt, I believe you're up.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners and Director Rosmarino. My name is Brendan Witt. I'm a policy advisor at Western Resource Advocates, an organization that works to safeguard Western lands from development, restore wildlife habitat, and ensure equitable and sustainable recreation access throughout the West. WRA urges commissioners to vote yes on the sale of the La Jara property to the BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife, option 1. Approving this transfer would be a meaningful win for conservation, wildlife connectivity, public access, and local communities in an under-resourced part of our state. A yes vote also respects the years of careful discussion and public engagement that preceded today's vote, including over 100 public meetings. Approving the sale is not just the right outcome for the La Jara property and the state trust land beneficiaries. It's also critical for our state, our public lands, and future projects that seek Land and Water Conservation Fund dollars. Protecting our public lands, including those in federal ownership, requires steady partnership and collaboration. There's no question these are chaotic times. But what the state can control is how it makes decisions. Today, the State Land Board can make a thoughtful, transparent choice that unites agriculture, local government, hunters and anglers, and conservation groups, and that delivers a message to our federal partners that Coloradans support and expect the federal government's ongoing stewardship of our beloved public lands. Deciding to jettison this deal, steps from the finish line of a years-long marathon of exemplary public engagement, would inject additional uncertainty and divisiveness into this already turbulent moment. WRA appreciates the thoughtful engagement of the State Land Board commissioners and staff over these past few months. We look forward to continued partnership with the State Land Board and the many groups here today on stewardship of state trust lands while generating revenue for the land's public beneficiaries. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and we urge a yes vote on option 1.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll have Shannon Hoyt and then Mark Pearson.
Good morning. I appreciate you guys letting us meet with you. I'm here representing Conejos County Conservation District. We just restarted our district a year ago, and we'd like to step in and just give our support for option 1, that these lands get transferred to the federal government for management. Most of our people that ranch and do agriculture here in the Valley rely heavily on the grazing areas in the mountains, either on BLM or Forest Service or state leases. The reason why that is that during the summer when our cattle are in the mountains, we have to put up hay in order to support our community and to support our agriculture. And if the animals aren't allowed to go up there or something changes with that, then it's going to affect a lot of livelihoods in the Valley. So we are 4th, 5th, 6th generation farmers and ranchers. I personally have property that is very close to the area that's in question. And we all use that property for sustainable things like forest, access for wood for the wintertime. We actually have a lot of people in our valley that use wood as their primary source, if not their only source of heat in the wintertime. And also we are the stewards of the land. We work with the Forest Service regularly on our permits. We work regularly with BLM, and we're really good at operating in a conjunction with those state and federal entities. And so we would like to see this option 1 be the choice for the land board to turn this land over and combine it with the already federal land that's there at La Jara Reservoir. I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Shannon. Mark Pearson, it's your turn, and then I'm going to bring forward a familiar name, Courtney Hurst.
Thank you. My name is Mark Pearson. I'm the executive director with San Juan Citizens Alliance, coming to you from Durango, Colorado. We have about 1,000 members in Southwest Colorado, and we are a regional land conservation advocacy organization, and here to support option 1, the transfer as proposed by the staff. One thing I just wanted to highlight was that in both the BLM and the Forest Service do have some foundational conservation laws, Federal Land Policy Management Act, the National Forest Management Act, that while they might be more loosely enforced right now than we would like, they are still sort of the foundational guidance for the agencies. And we feel, I think, that what's happening in terms of our conservation agency management is a bit of an aberration and over a century of a conservation policy in America. And hopefully we'll go back, in the not too distant future to the way it used to be. One thing to contrast is that the land board, has this financial imperative that underlies everything it does. And while this board might not have an interest in changing the status quo with Lahara, a future offer might come along that with a future board they might be inclined to take that and convey this property out of public ownership. On our side of the mountains, on the west side of the San Juans, there's not very many land board parcels, but it's always a constant concern in the back of our mind that because of the land board's financial prerogatives, it would maybe dispose of properties of in concern to us, like parcels adjacent to Mesa Verde National Park or on the San Juan Skyway. So I think, for that reason, it seems to us a greater level of certainty to move forward with this transaction to convey these properties to the Forest Service and the BLM. So appreciate your time and look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Mark, Courtney, you're up. And then I'm going to promote Jude Gallegos to follow Courtney.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Courtney Hurst, and I'm the former Southwest District Manager for the Colorado State Land Board. I do appreciate this opportunity to present comments to the board regarding the Lahara non-simultaneous exchange. As I've sat through this morning's board meeting, I've heard many, many good comments that I won't take the time to echo now, but I would like to especially support and comment with Commissioner Jarvis and his call out to the impacts that this vote has on San Luis Valley families. As Southwest District Manager, I spent many, many hours on various aspects of this transfer. Most important of which, in my opinion, was working with the existing state lessees of the Lahara property to prepare them for the ownership transition. For 4 years, state lessees have been prepared by State Land Board staff, federal partners, and Western Rivers Conservancy to transition to federal permits. Moving from state leases to federal permits has real implications for the State Land Board lessees. Securing a federal permit ensures continuity of their livestock operations at Lahara, which in many cases go back generations. There is also a significant reduction in cost of a federal permit as compared to a state lease. This reduction in cost may allow flexibility in business planning and exploring business opportunities that might not otherwise exist. This vote impacts those families. And I thank you for your time.
Courtney. And Jude Gallegos, you're up.
Thank you. My name is Jude Gallegos. I'm a 5th generation rancher from Colorado, from Lahara, Colorado. My family and I have been leasees from the state for close to 140 years, since the late 1880s. All the while, we've grazed sheep and cattle. I personally have spent countless hours and days on the entire Lahara state land property in a variety of activities, hunting, fishing, gathering wood, and tending livestock, always conserving the land and that we depend on to make our livelihood. It's certainly like a second home to me. My family and I strongly support option 1, the decision to sell the state land to the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, and the CPW. We currently have grazing permits with the BLM and U.S. Forest Service. We are familiar with their policies, rules, and regulations, and look forward to continuing working with them. We are also concerned if the state land is not sold, that it will be sold to a private entity, and who knows what will happen to it after that. Many other items have already been said. I won't reiterate, but in conclusion, we feel option 1 is the one that makes the best sense. This transaction has been in the works for many years, with many people working tirelessly to put everything into order. It has a huge support from community, local, and state government officials. This transfer will secure stability for generations to come. The economic impact will not be disturbed, and the Lahara will be able to be a great resource for all to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That brings us to the end of the hands that were raised. Just want to make one last quick check. I don't know why that's still playing. Sorry. Just one. So I was going to make one last quick check for hands, and we have a hand that's come up. Heather Dutton, I'll bring you forward.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the opportunity to weigh in, and sorry I'm in my car. I always feel a little weird about it, but just like some others, I'm on the move today and just really appreciate you guys making the virtual option available so that we can weigh in. I just wanted to maybe round up the public comment by expressing support for a lot of the things that were said, and I should back up by saying, so my name is Heather Dutton, that's spelled Dutton. I manage the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District. Like others who've mentioned their generational street cred, I'm a 5th generation resident of the San Luis Valley. And I think you've heard a lot of people just expressing how much the San Luis Valley, and specifically this area of the valley, means to us. We're folks that really care about this place and are super deep rooted. And I also won't, belabor all of the points that were made, because I feel like everybody who's spoken in favor of option 1 has done a phenomenal job of talking about the benefits of the option and what it means to them. But I just wanted to take a second to emphasize the commitment that this place has to our federal partners and that our federal partners have to us. And while I hear and share some of the dismay with the concerns about potential sea changes and effects on public lands in Washington, I share Secretary Salazar's confidence in knowing that this place we will band together as we have for generations to stick up for and to protect our federal lands, and remind the commission that even though federal agencies, it seems like a monolith, it's made up of people. And the people that staff the Forest Service, the BLM, CPW, all the partners live here and they're part of here. And I'm confident that they will act in the best interests of these lands going forward. And I hope you'll vote in favor of option 1. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Heather. Devin Romero had a hand up, so Devin's coming to be a panelist here in a minute.
This is my first Zoom call. I don't know how to work this thing. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
My name is Devin Romero, and Lahara native, hunter, rancher, and also Colorado brand inspector for the San Luis Valley area. To be in a state board leasee, and I fully support option 1 for the sale of the state land. Jude said a lot of the topics that I was going to say, so I got to throw my letter away on what I wanted to say, but I've been particularly on my lease that I purchased just recently this year. I've been hunting on that place since I was 12 years old. And now I was able to graze on it this year, and that's one of the greatest things I've ever been able to do in my life is run on public ground like that. I've enjoyed it, and the loss, not only for me but for everybody else in that country, would be a horrible outcome. Thank you for having me, letting me speak, and you guys have a good rest of the day.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Commissioner,
Thank-
that's the end of raised hands.
Thank you, Nick. So commissioners, what we're going to do next is we're going to have a motion and a second on this final action matter, and then that will enable us to have our discussion. And we can also ask questions, direct questions to folks in the room, staff, whatever. We have something we want to find out more about. Mr. Proble?
Make a motion that we approve option one, approving disposal. Counselor, do you need me to read some formal language, or is that sufficient for now?
Do we have,
We have a board
do we
order.
have a proposed board order for option one?
What page is that on?
I think it would be good if you read it, Mr. Pribble, because there are a couple options on it. We want to be clear what we're making.
Where are they?
It follows as an exhibit.
I'm sorry?
It follows the board memo as an exhibit.
Just as a, well, killing time, the Wi-Fi here is not sufficient for me to access the board packet for some reason, Nick, which is why I have to rely on paper. So is it after all these letters of comment, Matt, or where is it? Page 63 of 60 must be okay. All right, so I move option one, approve the disposal. The board further approves the expenditure of up to $525,000 in investment and development funds for payment of lease buyouts pursuant to CRS 36-1-118 and up to $600,000 investment development funds for acquisition of lease-owned authorized improvements pursuant to CRS 36-1-119. That's my motion.
Thank you for your motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Harvey's second.
Do you want me to speak to the motion? I'd like to speak. to the
Yes,
motion.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to get the
Typically,
second out of the way. Now I would love to hear from you about the motion.
Typically, how a parliamentary process works. Well, I don't think there's anything new to be said from either proponents. And by the way, thank you all that came from the Valley and spoke from a variety of stakeholder interests. You were all well-spoken, articulate, well-informed, and helped illuminate us considerably. Similarly, I don't think there's much more to be said about the skepticism, the dismay that many of us share about the direction the federal administration is taking. That said, any difficult public policy decision, takes a careful weighing of both the pro and the con, the why or the why not, the yes and the no. And so oftentimes people in public positions like ours, and I'm saying this for the benefit of the assembled audiences, county commissioners here know this full well because they make some tough decisions from time to time. Legislators, Senator Simpson, the Republican leader, knows it well. We've got former office holders on this board, a state legislator, a county commissioner chair, who know this well. Very few decisions are, abundantly clear, uncontroversial. Many of them are close call. But after careful introspection and research and the information provided by staff, stakeholders, local government officials, stakeholders, NGOs, and research I've done myself, I fall strongly in support. And I was originally a skeptic. I was new to the board when was first presented with this information. It's voluminous. If the record is voluminous, it's a lot to read and absorb. But I come down strongly in support of continuing to dispose of this asset. There are two dimensions to it. One, to this decision. One is the decision to sell, and the other is the capacity of the organization, SLB, the staff, to reinvest in a higher performing asset for the benefit of our mission, the school children of Colorado. This sale generates, as you know, nearly $50 million, which we have a time frame, relatively short, to reinvest in a property right, land or water right, to add to our portfolio. And it gets complicated, but if we don't reinvest that money within that time frame, a couple of years plus whatever months it takes for the transaction, the money reverts to the permanent fund, which is under the control and management of the state treasurer. For the public, that gets really complicated. I won't go there. But on the balance, I am heartened, I'm encouraged by the capacity, the capability, the properties that the agency has identified that are in the queue that we have been shared with us, but not publicly because it's real estate transaction, that can add to our portfolio in pursuit of our mission and can be done so. And this is very dispositive to my support. But I strongly want us to be able to do that within the allowable time. So we do what is called in our protocol a non-simultaneous exchange, and acquire property of equal value but a higher performing return, and help satisfy the needs for economic diversity of the San Luis Valley. So with that, that's my speech. I've been I'm just as dismayed as anybody by proposed actions by the federal government, but I've also been in politics all my adult life, one fashion or another, and I know the pendulum swings. And if you've lost heart, all you got to do is look to the election results last Tuesday, and the pendulum is beginning to swing back. So take heed, and that's my speech.
Thank you, Commissioner Pruitt. Commissioner Harvey?
Yeah, first I want to thank the staff for giving us some good options. And I know you guys have kind of been in a crucible of past history, new commissioners, big issue. I know it's been kind of an uncomfortable conversation for the Valley, for us, for the feds, for nonprofits that have supported this. But I'm glad we had this conversation because we've learned a lot. I think everyone's has possibly a different perspective, maybe a better perspective. And, some very convincing arguments in favor of this disposal. It's hard to resist Secretary Salazar, of course. I spoke to Hillary. She was very persuasive. I spoke to Director Vilsack, and I've been the most popular guy in the world the last 2 weeks. My phone never went out. So I think the only thing that's unfortunate about this is the sort of misinterpretation of what this land board wanted. Because I think some people really thought we were not listening to the Valley, that we didn't care about conservation. All we cared about was money or something. And I think that's entirely untrue. I think the only reason we had these other options is because of we're skeptical about what's going on in Washington, D.C. And I think our intentions have always been good, which is listening to locals, even if we didn't get down there enough. Conservation, taking care of that beautiful piece of property. So I think in any case, I think it's been a good conversation, and I'm glad we've had it.
Commissioner Heath, did you have something to say?
Well, isn't it ironic that here we are, having spent all this time and considerable travel, because we all care about the same thing. We care about the preservation of a very special piece of land. And so I commend all of you who've made this trek, and moreover, have spent many hours, I'm sure, pondering what might happen if this were going to be sold. And as Commissioner Harvey said, that's an unfortunate misunderstanding. We never went into this with the desire to take you out of your lease or any of the other things that perhaps you've heard. And I'm sure you could look at us and say, what could we possibly understand or have in common with you? I spent 8 years as a county commissioner, and I certainly understand how important it is to listen to the people who live there, and I respect that. I also spent and considerable amount of time opposing AWDI and working against it. And I know that that wasn't a popular decision when you live on this part of the divide, but I understand how important it was. But that said, we have a really important piece of land, and our discussion here today is what's the best place for that to land? And, you know, it's interesting that this land is one of the few pieces that remains from the original land that was given to the state of Colorado 150 years ago. I'm not sure how many parcels still remain, but this is one of the very few. It's one that was in the Stewardship Trust until just recently, which came about because at one time, I think all of us felt this land should be sold to the BLM and to the Forest Service. And so it was removed from the Stewardship Trust for that time. And we can't overlook that this special land was inherited, was inhabited by Native Americans for thousands of years who were stewards and understood what a really important property this was. But you know, as I read your comments and your letters and listened to your phone calls, it feels to me like so much of the support on this was done before things changed. And yes, one of the commissioners said, all this was good until this board changed. And I wanted to say, wait a minute, have you not been reading what's happening? You know, there isn't a newspaper anywhere that doesn't have a headline like this that says public land policy overhauls planned, or other kinds of similar comments. I find myself even more troubled by the hollowing out of the 4 federal agencies that are in the best position to serve you. Many good people have done wonderful work for the BLM and for the Forest Service in this region, and I commend them, and I have great respect for that. But when you hollow out an agency, as is happening right now, the kind of support you've seen isn't going to be there. And so in some crazy ways, I sort of think about, we all want to take good care of this baby, but I don't want to put it on the porch of somebody who doesn't have anybody left at home to care for. And it's really important to me that we care for this land properly. So I guess what I want to say is I will not be voting in support of obviously in support of option 1. And it feels like it comes down to kind of a simple headline. If we said to the people of Colorado, should the state of Colorado sell nearly 46,000 acres of land to the federal government right now? I'm pretty sure they would agree. The answer is no. So I want to say again, I commend all of you who participated in this. We share your desire to find an outcome that works for you and continues the important cultural connections you have. But in my mind, this is not the right option. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. And Commissioner Scanlon, if you allow me to maybe go next.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I've been reflecting on this, and I think a point was made here today, which really solidified some of the things that have been running around in my head on this issue, and that is making decisions and thinking about things and coming from a place of fear is generally not the best way to make decisions. And with due respect, Commissioner Heath, I feel like if in our pursuit of managing this threats, they are real and perceived, but in managing the threats, brings us to a decision that really goes against what the local community and our agency partners and everybody has fought for and wants. They're the ones actually taking the risk. They're the ones actually who are, I am persuaded that, from the evidence I've seen as well, that when local communities, including up to and including the state, fights back or fights for something, I believe the risk and the fear we perceive is mitigated. I believe it's a worthy fight. And I've come to think of this decision now as one that our fear of outcomes should not necessarily be imposed on those who will face it. So that's kind of my first setting. The other thing is that decisions we make sometimes have perverse consequences that aren't apparent at the time. Today, I really heard and felt the perverse consequence of how particularly innovative and compelling and the LWCF 3-year multi-window funding for landscape scale conservation. That is the winning ticket. I think we would all agree here in the room, even on the commission. Landscape scale conservation is where you really can deliver outcomes. And the idea that this is an example, ideally, of success for the LWCF fund and conservation projects all over the country to rise to this level, I am concerned about rejecting these funds and this opportunity to be a model. And so that's something I've taken away, and thank the audience for their input. The final thing I'll say is that in our role as commissioners for this intriguing and complicated intergenerational trust, we have to balance so much, but as Commissioner Heath always says, we are always balancing stewardship and financial return. I do believe, particularly with the track record of the community, the federal partnerships, the conservation deals that have been done in the Valley, I believe that this is an opportunity for the board to realize over the long run, not in the moment, because I share the dismay and some of the fear as well, but over the long run, this allows this property to be part of a conserved, magnificent landscape that we can't necessarily commit to, because our board will change too, just like we have. So ironically, the local communities have a distrust of perhaps what our future board will do. And this is a solution certain that while the outcomes may be a little variable in the beginning, it's a solution certain that has the best job of delivering all those outcomes of access, recreation, conservation, and culture and heritage, really of anything now or I think in the future, and the risk from the community perspective is high. The other thing is we do balance things. These assets are not ours to manage and be proud that they're in the portfolio. There's a piece of that. Lahara is one of those assets, but those that we own those assets as a means to an end, to contribute funding for not just even the kids today, but what I think about is the kids 3 and 4 generations from now. We have got to build up the corpus of that permanent fund. And as we have made such progress in delivering returns and will make more progress, we're not even fully invested at the 50-50 debt equity mark yet. That is the best way for us to ensure intergenerational equity for future kids, because at 0.5% or even 1% or even 2% on some of the other lands we buy, we are just not going to get there. So unlike, I think maybe Commissioner Preble, you were focused on the replacement asset. I think that's true. I believe in our staff. I believe in the conservation community that we're going to see lots of opportunities if this transaction goes through. But I also believe that some of this money ought to find its way into the permanent fund to add to the corpus and to deliver returns into the future for the intergenerational beneficiaries. End of speech. But I wanted to share those thoughts.
All my fellow commissioners are right. And everything you've said, I agree with, honestly. I disagree. I want to make clear, one of the folks who spoke said, you know, they don't trust us because we have a mission that has to maximize revenue. That's actually not true. We hardly ever sell anything, in fact. So we're not wandering around looking for billionaires to sell property to. And actually, we're one of the few landlords that held on to our assets. There are states with no land. All of them had landlords at one time. A lot of them don't have a landlord anymore because they sold all of their properties. We actually hold on to our assets, and we also balance that with a stewardship mission. So whoever mentioned that in their comments, and if anyone thinks that we're seeking billionaires to buy our properties, that's simply not the case. And it's not in fact true. So we're not doing that. And in fact, options 2 and 3 are the opposite of that. It would be easy to take the money and run. And that is not what we're doing. In fact, if we follow option 1, we're probably leaving money on the table because I agree the appraisal's old. And while we risk, you know, the opportunity of these funds, so we won't seek another appraisal, but know that that's probably true too. There's probably more money to be had even from the federal government that we're not going to pursue. Where I'm at, I don't trust this administration as far as I could throw Doug Vilsack, which I can't really throw Doug. I'm a very weak upper body person, but and I've missed sparring with you terribly. It's been sad. So it's nice to have the opportunity again to have you in the room. I don't vote against a community, and I've been persuaded by the community, and I hope you can rally with us should something go south. I don't know. And I agree, and I'm glad you pointed this out. The board didn't change, the administration changed. If it was not the case where if this conversation about selling public lands hadn't come to light, we would be far more comfortable with this. But those rumblings are real. Rolling back conservation efforts are real, and that's not going to go away. So that is a real threat. And it's going to continue to be a threat that we are all, despite the public support for public lands, and that is a nonpartisan issue, I think more of that's going to continue to happen. It simply is. And so that's real. And it may well, and the risk is the communities. If we vote yes on this, it will be your risk. And I believe in the strength of the valley. It's not diminishing that, but that could well be a reality. So we have to go in with our eyes wide open. I am very glad we paused this and had the conversation because I think you all needed to know our concerns. And while we may not be your preferred choice, we care deeply about the property and we would hold it. We would hold it and caretake it and keep it safe. And we are taking a risk by selling it to the federal government in the sense that these threats, the public lands are out there and they're real and they're not going to go away. Do I think this is a perception versus reality question? Of course. It may come to nothing. And then all of this will be well and good and it'll be great and everybody will be happy and it was worth rolling the dice. Could it go the wrong way? You all have to rally and we'll support you and hopefully it won't. But yeah, that could happen. That could well happen. And yeah, we took a vote of the state of Colorado. Should we sell this beautiful, pristine property that we've held since statehood? The answer would be a resounding no. Because no one trusts, no one holds much trust in this. But you know what? This is what you all want. And you worked hard on it. And I don't want to diminish that. And I'll support you. I'm not supporting the federal agencies. No offense, Doug. I am not. I'm supporting you. And I hope you hear that. I think this board's supporting this community. It is not really about the federal agencies involved, but you have trust in the people on the ground that you work with. I hope they stay there. I hope they're there throughout the duration of this administration and the rocking and rolling that we're all going to continue to experience. But I support my friend Josie's skepticism and her point of view. And I think it's really, really important that we are on the record having voiced that skepticism and our concerns so that everyone knows that we've had this conversation because it was a really, really important one to have. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. And I did have Commissioner Pribble, especially and maybe Commissioner Harvey sort of on the land acquisition side. Again, the concern and fear about the simultaneous exchange, that's beyond annoying, and it actually does restrict our opportunity set of additional properties. But I'd encourage all of us to think about, instead of having dribbles and drabbles of funds, if this transaction goes through, we have, call it $40 million. We have almost 3 years, perhaps 2 to however many years. And we could actually create 1 or 2 big, interesting things. And I'd encourage us to think that way rather than the fear of it going to the permanent fund, because that is not a bad outcome. But we could do something very special in the next 2.5 years.
I will. Precisely my hope.
Yeah, mine too.
We do, big and special.
Big and special.
Borrow from Ken Salazar, acquire another crown jewel.
Yeah.
Well, and we can talk all that through. I just want to make a certain note of a skepticism that money materializes.
So would you like to?
I'm sorry, what's that?
I hope this money all materializes from the federal government. I'm just going to put that out
Well,
there.
it's been appropriated,
Yeah.
right?
Well, if it doesn't,
it has.
You guys will all be happy anyway. I agree. I mean, there is, obviously,
Just because it's been appropriated doesn't mean
right,
it's going to happen.
a vote today obviously is to enter into a contract with somebody who has the money.
It's one thing to say they have money, it's another to have it in your pocket.
Exactly. That's all I'm noting. That's all.
Exactly. We might have to take a poll. So commissioners, you feel ready for a vote?
Madam Chair, just a question for clarification. The motion on the floor, I don't believe included the traditional phrase of delegates authority to staff to take appropriate action. Can we live with that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, thank you, Nick. Yes, the board, since I made the motion, the board delegates authority to the director to take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
Thank you.
You have to concur now.
Oh, I concur.
Thank you.
Are we good with that?
Got the legal thing covered? Learned a lot for you, Ed.
Such a short time.
That's on recording.
It'll be in your next performance review too.
All right, then, on the motion by Commissioner Pribble, it was just stated and amended. Commissioner Harvey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
No.
Commissioner Scanlon? Yes. And the chair votes yes. Motion carries 4-1. Thank you, Matt and Alan, for all your work and help, and thank you to the community who came here today, both online and in person. And now I'd like to suggest we adjourn for lunch.
Sounds good.
We'll call the meeting back to order. What do you think, Director? In 20 minutes at 1 o'clock.
Away, right? Yeah.
We're calling it good for the day? Yeah. No,
Right,
we're ready to
so-
go.
Welcome
Don't be
back
dinging
to
that
the-
alarm on us now.
Welcome back to the November meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. And we're gonna pick up our agenda with an item we pushed from this morning. Mr. Brass with the Department of Natural Resources report.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair Probe. Glad to be here and glad to provide a couple of updates on behalf of DNR. But first, I know both Nicole and Nick gave an update on the implementation of House Bill 1332 yesterday, and so I'll keep my comments pretty brief, but just wanted to say how much we appreciate the ongoing engagement from State Land Board staff throughout that process, and also wanted to make sure the commissioners were aware that DNR has launched a landing page on our website for the working group, which includes the meeting announcements. Will include meeting summaries. Has a comment portal as well as sign up for email newsletter on meeting alerts and so forth. Moving on to the budget, DNR's budget request includes two proposals that are related to bolstering State Land Board's responsibilities. The first is for $634,000 and includes 4 positions to build a team that can cross-train on lease compliance and management in both the oil and gas and renewable energy industries to help further the growth of wind, solar, geothermal, and carbon management. The second request is $138,000 in an additional position to establish a cultural resources tribal coordinator position. This position will enable the State Land Board to more effectively and efficiently address the discovery and management of culturally sensitive artifacts and sites on State Land Board lands, including the communication, coordination, oversight, and management of these sites with tribal nations. Moving on to the legislative items, the session will convene January 14th and will run for 120 days. Every session, DNR regularly engages on dozens of bills impacting our various divisions, in addition to advancing our own legislative agenda. If you're interested in any of the legislative issues, I encourage you to work with Nicole and she can coordinate with EDO on any legislative items that would affect the State Land Board, and keep you updated on issues of interest. For this upcoming year, we received approval from the governor's office to run 5 priority bills. Take a moment to highlight 3 of those that may be of interest to the State Land Board. As you all know, ECMC released a study in December of 2024 reviewing subsurface injection and the potential for the state to take on the regulatory authority or underground injection control wells. As of July 2025, over half of the states have been granted primacy for at least classes 1 through 5. And 4 states have been granted full primacy for all UIC well classes. Colorado, specifically ECMC, has primacy over class 2 wells and anticipates gaining primacy over class 6 wells in 2026. In an effort to support emerging industries, including geothermal, carbon storage, geologic hydrogen, storage of hydrogen in subsurface formations, we'll be pursuing legislation in 2026 to seek statutory authority to expand the existing state injection regulatory oversight from classes 2 and 6 to all UIC classes. Moving on to a couple of bills that are coming from CPW. The first is the Outdoor Opportunities Act. A key tenet of CPW's mission is to provide high-quality state park system and to deliver recreational opportunities that inspire stewardship and conservation for current and future generations. In order to keep up with the state's growing recreational use and management demand, there's a need to expand and strengthen CPW's capacity to support the planning, coordination, and management of Colorado's outdoor recreation. This legislation will lead to improvements that align recreation and conservation goals by empowering collaborative management of Colorado's outdoor recreation across local, state, and federal partners. It will support the implementation of Colorado's outdoor strategy by expanding CPW's capacity to support the Regional Partnership Initiative. And it will enhance CPW's role to proactively support statewide outdoor recreation management that enhances benefits to people, landscapes, and communities.
Jim, say more about that. What would that really involve?
So I'm trying to think, it was probably 2 years ago that CPW created the new outdoor recreation and lands branch,
Right.
Which is really intended to help kind of serve as a home for general recreation within CPW. You know, in acknowledgement of the great job that CPW does on wildlife, on parks, you know, recognizing that there's a need to really build capacity for general recreation, trails, things, and that sort of thing. So this bill really complements that, and also I think dovetails on the launch of the outdoor strategy. And so the idea would be to give CPW new staff that will be focused on implementing the outdoor strategy, supporting the regional partnerships, and furthering the goals that are included within the outdoor strategy with those new staff.
On state land or just throughout the state with various parks and rec people or?
Yeah, throughout the state. So currently CPW, I think the Trails program is a good example where, there is management of recreation on federal lands, where CPW is, managing trail infrastructure, stewardship, field teams.
And Tim, how much effort is going into understanding the impact of trails on wildlife? Because sadly, we're learning that one of the biggest threats to wildlife is trails. It's kind of small, miniature road building and the flushing of animals, whether you know it or not, they're way ahead of us with their smell and hearing. How much effort is going into understanding that relationship?
Yeah, a fair bit. And actually, before my time here at DNR, CPW launched a pretty extensive effort that was really focused on that specific issue. It's called the Planning Trails with Wildlife in Mind. Included a number of community outreach efforts, and then ultimately led to the development of a plan and some principles that are designed to help guide planning of trails, and to keep critical wildlife habitat in mind.
Yeah,
I think in addition to that, I think the outdoor strategy speaks to some of those needs. There's some new data sets that were included with the outdoor strategy that I think can help inform some of those decisions. Pretty significant investments that came from GOCO to help fine tune. Good to hear. Any other questions on the record? Okay, so the second bill from CPW is focused on minimizing human-bear conflicts. Over the past year, CPW has been convening a working group, which is designed to try to identify some consensus around solutions that can help minimize conflicts between bears and local communities. Through that effort, the group really identified changes to enforcement within CPW as an area that needed to be addressed. And so this legislation will strengthen CPW's law enforcement authority by increasing fines and penalties for some of the worst repeat offenders, folks who are attracting bears with food waste and taking other negligent acts. Give CPW the ability to issue a citation on first offense right now. That it's not possible, just give them a warning. We'll also, increase the fines for the repeat offender. And that wraps up the legislative items I had prepared, but wanted to remind you that to work with Nicole and EDO on any legislation that would affect the state land board, and we'll be sure to keep you updated on issues of interest as well. Moving on to some federal updates, the DNR, along with the Department of Agriculture, is continuing to participate as a cooperating agency in the land management plan revision process for the Cimarron and Comanche National Grasslands. The revision process is currently in the first stage of the assessment phase, in which the Forest Service identifies and evaluates the existing economic, social, and ecological conditions of grassland. The draft EIS for the plan and its components will be available for public comment, and they're currently estimated to be released in December of 2025. State Land Board commissioners received a letter from some members of the General Assembly regarding this planning effort. Wanted to make sure that you're aware that DNR will be working on providing a written response to the members who signed that letter. Lastly, the department has been closely tracking the Senate version of the Fix Our Forests Act that's co-sponsored by Senator Hickenlooper. And the bill is currently making its way through the Senate, while a similar version passed the House in January of this year.
Which bill was that? And what's it about?
Fix Our Forests Act.
Oh, Fix Our Forests.
Moving on to Parks and Wildlife, after years of hard work and significant public engagement, CPW finalized and updated the state's Wildlife Action Plan, the SWAP. The SWAP plans are plans that guide the conservation of the state's most vulnerable species and the habitats that they depend on. CPW is also working to develop the state's first beaver conservation and management strategy, which is designed to support beaver management and restoration work across key watersheds in the state. State Land Board staff were engaged in the early scoping process that wrapped up earlier this summer, and CPW plans to release a draft of this beaver management strategy in the coming weeks. Moving on to water, last month, the state of Colorado filed its brief with the U.S. Supreme Court in response to Nebraska's request to hear arguments about the perceived violations of the South Platte River Compact. As a landowner in Sedgwick and Logan counties, we'll be sure to keep the land board up to speed on any news related to this important court case. Moving on to energy, on November 18th, the Geologic Storage Stewardship Enterprise Board, created by House Bill 25-1165, will meet for the first time. That board is directed by statute to establish a fee on carbon dioxide as part of the geologic carbon sequestration project. The funds generated by those fees will support long-term stewardship of those facilities after injection has been completed. And then in addition, on November 19th, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission will consider the Crestone Peak Resources Sunlight and Gas Development Plan that is part of the Lori Ranch Comprehensive Area Plan. That hearing is likely to take multiple days. Lastly, a couple quick forestry updates. The Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program closed the fourth round of the Workforce Development Grant on November 3rd. CoSwap received 4 applications to work with Youth Corps on state land board land, reducing wildfire risk in El Paso, Larimer, and Montezuma counties. the team is reviewing and ranking applications at the end of November, and we'll have initial award available in December. That concludes my remarks, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
No, go ahead.
Can I have a quick question?
Yeah.
On the bear, I think it was about the legislation and again, giving more enforcement. There has been some PR campaigns, but as part of all this, will there continue to be sort of deeper, richer outreach, warning people that they're killing bears by their activities?
Yeah, great question. The CBW recently joined a national effort called BearWise. And the goal of that is really to support educational and communication resources that can be used to help spread that message. I think in addition to that, a couple of years ago, there was a grant program that was launched. Provides roughly $1 million a year that can be used to support local communities in
Bear proofing,
communications, education programs. There's kind of a long list there. So I think those are two complementary efforts that will
keep going on.
Yeah, legislation.
What's the relationship of the land board and the legislature in terms of if there's something inhibiting us as a board or a organization, how do we get it? How do we change the law or get a new law? How does that work? What's the machinery there?
Yeah, so the process begins months ago, where divisions will put forth legislative proposals to DNR for consideration. That goes through a review process within DNR. Following that review process, we advance the selected proposals to the governor's office for review. Once we get approval from the governor's office, then we have permission to move legislation forward under as priorities for the division or for DNR.
And is that kind of a year-long process or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And who do we just send our complaints to Ed and Ed just writes us? Or who?
Nicole.
Oh, Nicole. Okay. Yeah.
So I didn't hear any mention of it. Maybe the question belongs with Nicole. What's the status for our legislation to reform the permanent fund?
We can't comment on that at this time.
What? I didn't hear you.
We can't comment on that at this time. Because we
can't.
We haven't made it through the process that Tim just described. But once we are able to comment on it, we'll be the first to know.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harvey, to your question, if you've got some, thoughts that you want to sharpen a little bit, get them to Nicole's attention, my attention quickly.
Okay.
Because that cycle in earnest starts in the next couple of months again.
Okay. Yeah.
So we'll want to be putting real language around ideas.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
Well, if anything takes shape, I will let you know. Thank you.
Can I just add one other part? Is we will be engaged during this legislative session through DNR in tracking whatever legislation is introduced that may affect us.
Mhm.
And Tim and I will give you dates on those as they develop.
And I wanted to take a second to close a loop. Commissioner Harvey, last month during business line readouts, you asked a question about the right question when Crystal Corando was providing an update on oil and gas and minerals. Are we sufficient in our auditing capacity? You were asking that question. One of the budget requests that Tim highlighted, I couldn't at that time, I couldn't say anything about it, but now we're able to talk about it a little bit. That is exactly what we're getting at. We're looking for an additional 4 people.
Yeah.
And some additional funds to strengthen something we know we need to strengthen. And so we go through that process, and the process has like an 18-month lifetime life cycle.
Yeah.
So, you know, things that sound like great ideas take time, and things that surprise us as great ideas probably got worked out months ago.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
just letting you know, just
Yeah.
closing that loop.
Thank you, Tim.
Questions? Yeah,
Thanks.
Thanks. You know, everyone's back to the items. Items.
I'm back.
On cue, William Springs water right acquisition.
So this will be easy since y'all are experts in water from this. Good.
Good. We need a mouse click.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, Justin Vieri, Water Program Manager. Today, I'm seeking approval for the acquisition of the Semillion Spring water right located in Routt County, which this, of course, is a final action item. The cover sheet included in your board packet for this item is found on tab 8, page 71. Today, I'm going to provide a brief background and description of the water right and explain staff's recommendation formulation for the purchase of the water right. And most importantly, of course, I'm here to take your questions and comments as well as comments from the public. At the conclusion of our discussion and public comment, I hope you vote in favor to acquire this water right. For a couple of reasons. One, to ensure that the water originating on state trust land remains available for beneficial use on and for state trust lands. And also two, to support the long-term viability of our leases on this particular property. So with that, let's dive into it. The spring water right, as I mentioned, is located in Routt County. It's on the land board's Emerald Mountain property, just outside of Steamboat Springs. The hydrology, so to speak, this is located in Water Division 6, up in the northwest corner. So it's the Yampa and White River Basin. The spring is the headwaters of an unnamed tributary to Dry Creek, which is tributary to Trout Creek, which is tributary to the Yampa, which is overall part of the Colorado River Basin. The map that you're seeing on the screen, the red star is generally where the spring is located. And then the river running from east to west is going to be the Yampa River there. Okay, the spring, it's historically served as an important, reliable water source for grazing and wildlife on this particular property. And it's also served the current water right owners adjacent property, which is located in the red box. That's kind of the rough property boundaries of our neighbor who owns the water right. So the land board's parcel is currently leased for grazing, for recreation, big game hunting, and also timber management. In researching this property and the spring and the water right, I found that land board staff field notes date all the way back to the 1960s that acknowledged a spring on the property at this location specifically. So the water right itself. In 2009, the state land board's grazing lessee at the time, Loretta Lee Semillion, which is where the spring gets its name, obtained a water court decree for the spring, formalizing its use after decades of informal reliance by previous lessees. The water right is for just under 90 gallons a minute to be used for, so this is the two parts. So there's an absolute use and then there's a conditional use. So 90 gallons a minute, the absolute use is for livestock and wildlife. And the conditional right is for domestic use up to 1 acre of lawn and garden
and also for fire protection. During adjudication, while Ms. Similian was taking the water right through water court, the land board was not listed as an owner of the water right, even though the spring originates on land board property and is also partially used on land board property. So when that adjudication happened, the land board wasn't involved. The owner was also our lessee, so somehow it was missed. And then as ownership of the adjacent property and the water right changed hands, for a while, it followed the land board's lessee. So the lessee would own the water right, and that would continue forward. And at some point, it got severed. So the current owner is not a lessee of the land board. Side note about that, we now have strong lease language that prohibits that. So it addresses the very issue where a lessee can't establish a water right on state trust lands for the benefit of state trust lands without land board involvement or even ownership. Our lease language says if you do that, we own it. So now the water right owner is Tim and Jennifer Callie. Those are the neighbors to the south and west there. Okay, so the conditional water right portion, the conditional portion, is what alerted us to this whole situation. The current owners sought diligence in water court, as they should, as a part of the defense that we talked about, the offense, defense, and management of the water program. And so as part of the defense, as I was reviewing water court resumes, this came up and we said, hold on. And so then we engaged, well, we objected to the case and then we engaged with the owner. So there's a couple challenges here with ownership. So the current owners, let me go back to the map. I don't think I described this very well. So the spring, there we go. So the spring located at the star, the water flows downhill following this drainage. And the way it's situated is the water starts here and then it's fed into a small pipeline, like a 2-inch pipeline. And there's a series of, I think they're called yard hydrants, where they're like freeze protected, where you connect a hose to it. And so that pipeline flows from the spring following this drainage and ends up ending on the neighbor's property. So it's flowing from the east to the southwest, again, with several hydrants on both land board property and on private property. So the current owner of the water right holds full legal ownership of the water right. Okay. And as I mentioned, they're not a land board lessee. And so they have legal authority to divert all of the water to their private land. So it's
So none of our hydrants would work. Like we could be in a position where we can't access any of it.
We could, yeah, we could. Yep. The current owner also retains the rights to access and maintain the infrastructure located on land board property. So if they need to dig up the pipeline and replace it, we can't necessarily stand in the way of that. So some risks to the land board are the loss of water availability for grazing and wildlife. So if the owner says, sorry, I'm not going to share, I just want it all on my property, they have the legal right to do that. There could be ongoing private access and maintenance rights, just like I just mentioned, or it's an encumbrance on land board property. And there's potential for conflicts. Always, the old adage of water's for
fighting and something for drinking.
Yeah. Right now, we don't have a problem with the neighbors. The Callies, they're great. They've been great to work with, but there's nothing to say that they're not going to sell, and we're going to get somebody else to maybe will be a challenge. So there's that risk there. So that leads us to the proposed acquisition. So the proposal is to acquire the Similian Spring water right
and the associated infrastructure from the Callies, from the current owners, for $30,000, taking a tiny little nibble out of the NSE funds. So the question might be, how did we arrive at $30,000? Water rights and their valuation we talked a little bit about yesterday. And the way we landed on this price was what would be the alternative for Land Board to make sure that water is available for livestock and wildlife. And that alternative would be to construct an exempt livestock well. And so we did a little figuring out of what would it cost to construct one of those wells. We figured it was $30,000. We confirmed that with a local well driller there in Steamboat. And so the Callies agreed that that would work for them. So that's how the price was set. So the benefit of acquiring this is a couple things. Specifically addressed to the well is with well construction, you're not guaranteed that you'll actually get the water. Right now, it's been flowing for decades. The spring has been flowing for decades, so there's more of a reliability there with the spring. With constructing a well, there's chances to overrun costs, overrun schedules, the nature of construction in general. And so the spring ensures long-term reliability of water for our purposes on Land Board property. Acquiring it removes an encumbrance by another party. I want to note that this proposed acquisition doesn't necessarily increase annual revenue, but I think it does increase the value of the land. And it also cleans up ownership. It removes that encumbrance.
Justin, if I may, why are they selling it? And are they still, they don't really need this water, but they.
Good question. Yeah. So their water situation is sufficient. And they've come to a spot in their life. There's some health concerns that they're not currently accessing or using the water. And so they'd like to leverage it, basically. So, question. So, with that, staff recommends that you vote in favor of purchasing the Simillion Spring #1 water right at a price not to exceed $30,000 using NSC funds. With that, I appreciate your time. Concludes my prepared remarks. I welcome your comments and questions, as well as comments and questions from the public. And I'll put draft board order on the screen for your reference.
Commissioner Harvey?
And Justin, does this run at 0.2 CFS kind of? Yeah, what's the seasonality?
Good question. When we were there, it wasn't running a lot. It was a lot less than 0.2 CFS. I couldn't tell you what it's like in the spring when it would be better recharged.
And as part of the right, the wildlife part of it, I thought yesterday's was Emma talked about the difference between wildlife rights and irrigation. I can't remember what they are. Yeah, it's probably not that important, but I'm just curious of quickly outline that.
Yeah, so the beneficial use of wildlife is kind of a
sketchy or.
Yeah, it's a legitimate beneficial use, but it's less easy to quantify.
Okay.
So it's a statutory right versus a traditional right.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
No. Thank you so much, Justin. Let's see if there's any comments from the public, and then we'll have a motion.
Yeah, folks listening along online, if you want to make a comment on this item, raise your hand. And we'll bring you forward to address the board. No hands raised, Commissioner.
Great. Commissioners, may I have a motion on this action item?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the Simillion Spring Water Right acquisition as described in our board packet.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Scanlon. Commissioner Harvey, how would you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Scanlon?
Aye.
And chair votes yes, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Welcome. Yeah. Katie's gonna join us for December auction. Katie, whenever you're teed up and ready.
She's on.
I see her name.
Sorry, technical difficulties. 1 second. All of my menu went away for a minute, so. All right. All right, commissioners, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Good afternoon, commissioners. Katie Stitt, Oil and Gas Leasing Manager. I'm sorry I could not be with you there today in person. I'm fighting off some sort of respiratory bug, and I thought I should mitigate the spread of that. So I am presenting virtually today. But I'm presenting the Oil and Gas Helium Lease Auction Standard List for December 2025. This request is presented to the board as it falls outside the scope of decision-making authority delegated to staff by the Oil and Gas Development Policy, and it is a final action item. This item relates to our oil and gas leasing program. And I just wanted to go through how our nominations end up in front of the board briefly. There are 2 lists that staff can utilize to request board approval. Today we have just the 1 list, the standard list, but a supplemental list exists to bring tracts to the board for leasing that our subject matter experts have recommended a no lease or a complete no surface occupancy recommendation on, or if there are special considerations staff wants the board to be particularly aware of when considering leasing a tract. The standard list are the tracts that staff and subject matter experts have reviewed and are recommending moving forward with leasing, usually with special stipulations included. And I just want to make it clear that the standard list is not a rubber stamped list. These tracts simply meet the criteria to recommend them for leasing using the normal process outlined by the board's Oil and Gas Development Policy. And both of those lists would end up in front of the board for approval or rejection. And as I mentioned today, we just have the standard list. We received 23 nominations from industry for this auction, mostly for tracts in exploratory areas of the state. Staff is recommending moving forward with leasing on 22 of the nominations. The removal of 1 tract stemming from multiple biological concerns on the property, including the potential presence of an endangered plant species. The exploratory nature of these tracts is significant because it indicates interest in areas of Colorado outside the DJ Basin during a time when money for new oil and gas drilling projects may be being reallocated by operators to existing development just due to oil and gas pricing currently. So the December auction standard tract list contains 22 tracts, which is approximately 11,416 acres for your consideration today. The tracts are the reddish dots on the map, and they're located in Adams, Jackson, Moffett, Otero, Routt, and Washington counties. Oh, and Weld as well. And we've outlined those in blue on the map. All of the tracts on the list actually have been previously leased for oil and gas at some point, but only 2 tracts, which are the tracts in Weld and Adams County, are in the vicinity of more recent development. So these tracts would be offered at the board's standard 20% royalty rate. The auction opens on energynet.com on Thursday, December 11th, and closes the following Thursday. As I detailed in the cover sheet, the tracts were reviewed per the board's policy, and staff has recommended specific stipulations as outlined on Exhibit 2 in your cover sheet
The stipulations addressing staff and CPW concerns related to plants and wildlife reflect the current recommendations regarding protections of those species, and they've been reviewed by the board in the past, but I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have about the stipulations outlined on Exhibit 2 if there are any questions. Okay.
Maybe I have a question, and I think we've discussed this, but I want to make sure my understanding is correct. I feel like through the robust process we have, including consulting with CPW and others, and our own experience and general stipulations, that our leases and the oil and gas activity on our minerals is generally of about the highest standard of operation. Do I have that right? Like compared to other private owners or even public owners like the feds?
I would say our leases are definitely more specific in a lot of areas than a private owner's typical lease is. I think our stipulations put our leases in a category above what most other leasing looks like. The feds do have stipulations on their lease. I can't really go into the detail on how they enforce those, but I think our process is pretty robust and ensures that we're looking at the highest level of protection on our property.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions for Katie? No. Katie, I have one more. It's probably a dumb question. What's involved? Like, how do you get helium out of the ground? Is it liquid before it becomes a gas, or how does that work?
It's actually fairly similar to a typical oil and gas operation. So you'll have a drilling rig. The wells for helium are typically shallower than an oil and gas well. So when it comes up as a gas, and you have to immediately capture that. And then usually what happens is they'll either compress it so that it becomes a liquid, or that's basically cooling it down, so it'll liquefy out, and then they can either transport it via pipeline. In some instances, they may be able to truck it, but you would have to build quite a complex for the compression on site in that case. So usually helium is piped.
Piped as a gas?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, no, piped as a liquid.
Piped as a liquid. But you were saying that if they they compress it to turn it into a liquid. But that
Sorry, let me back up. You're asking about, okay, if they truck it, they have to compress it into a liquid on site. If they're transporting it via pipe, yes, you are right.
It's a gas. Okay.
It's piped as a gas, and it's taken to a centralized facility where then it is
then they
processed.
compress it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Like natural gas. Or like liquid natural gases.
Yes.
Gas first and then becomes liquid. Okay. All right. Then let's see if the public has any comments on this auction list.
You bet. Public listening along, want to make a comment, raise your hand. No hands raised.
Okay, then may I have a motion to approve the auction as presented?
Sorry, I hadn't finished my last slide, but that is our recommendation that the board approve that.
I read ahead, Katie. I was assuming you might recommend it, but I shouldn't take that for granted, I guess.
So just for the record, here's the recommendation from staff to approve the list as presented with the 22 tracks. And then this is a copy of the board order that we included in the packet.
Now may I have a motion?
I'll move that the board approve the the oil, gas, and helium lease auction track list as presented in our materials.
Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. May I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Pribble, let's have a vote. Commissioner Harvey?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
And the chair votes yes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
Welcome, Nick.
Hi. Katie, you doing okay?
Yeah,
Almost there.
it says that I am not sharing, but I clearly am. Okay, we'll just do it this way. Hopefully if I leave the meeting, it will go away.
Yep. Good afternoon, commissioners. Deputy Director Nick Massey for the record. With no presentation, but just one quick comment about a policy revision presented in the board packet this month. It amounts to not much more than updating names and dates. The board, the beneficiary use agreement policy has been functioning quite well. We have a small number of BUAs in place. The one that gets a lot of our attention is Hesperus. We have the Fort Lewis folks and the Hesperus Trust managing their own assets, and that works really well for us. And it gives the board periodic updates based on the agreement itself, so that you continue your fiduciary responsibility over that piece of that trust and that piece of the trusts. Happy to entertain any questions, but would more than welcome a motion just to move that one along at your convenience.
Pending any questions from commissioners, shall we check and see if there's any public comment?
Folks listening along online, if this was your item to comment on, please raise your hand now. I'm not seeing any hands, Commissioner.
Okay, then. I have a motion, please, to approve the policy.
Madam Chair, I move that we determine it's in the best interest of the trust to approve the proposed revisions to the beneficiary use policy number 300-010. And the board delegates authority to the director, it says.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Pribble. I have a second. Second, Commissioner Harvey. Commissioner Harvey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath? Aye. Commissioner Scanlon? Aye. Chair votes yes. Thank you, Nick.
Welcome.
We got the low rider seat going here. Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Elliot Waite, Assistant Director of Sustainability Working Lands. I'm here to give you an update on the cleanup of a property in Mesa County that you were briefed on last month related to some of the legal issues related to it. It was an executive session. I'm bringing it to you here in public session because we need money to do this project. So let me walk you through the situation. There we go. Really, this is about the care of our properties and taking care of them, keeping them in good condition, and also the health, safety, and welfare of the people that access the property. And so we take that very seriously, and this situation is gotten out of hand, but we're wrangling it, and we will get it back under control. The Lorimer parcel is in Mesa County near Grand Junction. This is an image of the property. The red outline is the portion of the property that is has been the problem in this situation. You can see that it's outside the boundary of Grand Junction, so it's in the unincorporated county. So we've been working very closely with the sheriff's office and the county attorneys. The land is dry. It's cut by some washes, as you kind of see there. They have seasonal flows over them and so forth. Very sparsely vegetated. We have few rights of way on this property, a road access permit, and there is a planning lease for solar development. And I'll talk a little bit more about that and the potential for that. I have the the evidence of that there's things happening out there that you don't want to be a part of, and we don't want to be a part of, and so
Breaking Bad, doesn't it?
so we've had trouble with this, with trespassers on this property in the past, much smaller scale. And we've always resolved them. But in the last year and a half, really, there's been a very dramatic increase in the activity here, unfortunately. There's a frontage road along the south side of the property, and so people can just drive right into it. Even though we have signage and there are even some Jersey barriers and things we put up, people find ways to get in here. And they set up camps like these and so forth. There are also some of the other edges to the east and the north, which abut other lands that aren't secured. People can come in from those sides as well, and they have. The signs and things that we put up as barriers tend to get vandalized very quickly, and people or just ignored. I mean, there's a camper camped right behind one of our no trespassing signs, so that alone obviously doesn't keep people off. There's on the order of at least 3 dozen or more these campers in multiple campsites here. So if you understand that there's a problem, I can move on to the next part of what do we do about this. So we have been working over an 18-month time period with the sheriff's office very closely. They've been very collaborative. We have been wrestling with how exactly, it seems like a simple question. If there's trespassers, they should be able to go in and tell them to leave. From a legal perspective, it's more complicated than that. And so working with the sheriff's office and working with the county's attorney's office and Christian Aguilar with the AG's office has been invaluable and spent many, many hours figuring out what the best process is to do this so that it gets done legally, and there are very few grounds to come back and say that we didn't do something right. So there's some steps that we've taken here in terms of going out, posting notices, going out, collecting names and birth dates so that those could be checked to make sure there's not veterans and other kinds of status that would protect people's rights in certain situations. So we've made sure that we're not violating people's rights. We've filed in court and then served notices to people to give them the ability to come and speak in court about the situation. And there were 2 individuals, I believe, who did actually attend a court hearing to ask more about the situation and understand what was going on. And so we've gone through that whole process. AG's office has filed for default judgment. We expect to get that literally in the next day or 2, hopefully. And then the next step will be this writ of restitution, which directs the sheriff to then clear the property and move forward. So we're very close to the point where we have the legal ability to move people off of the property. So that puts us in the situation of how do we get it finally cleaned up, and then how do we secure the perimeter of it? So I gave you a breakdown as one of the exhibits of the budget that we've been working on to try to understand how to wrestle this situation. It involves, we've done a little bit of preliminary cleanup when the initial moves of the sheriff's going out there. We hauled off some of the just immediate trash and so forth to sort of send the signal, this is happening. And hopefully many people moved off on their own, which was the preferred mechanism. Now there's a situation where we have trash, we have vehicles. Those vehicles have to be hauled legally. We have to hold those for 30 days in an impoundment lot, and then they have to be disposed of. Some of the stuff is hazardous waste, tires, air conditioners, like terrible things, right? And so that ratchets up the cost of the cleanup. So the cost of the cleanup alone is significant, as you can see. Then there's the question of how do we keep people from coming back onto the land? In terms of where the vehicles most readily access the property along the frontage road, and working with various different contractors and the sheriff's office and others, we think that digging a ditch and then piling up that earth as a berm will keep vehicles from being able to drive through it. The scale of a fence that you would have to build to keep people out would be more expensive than just getting a piece of equipment out there and digging the trench and doing the berm. So we think that that's the most cost effective. We do believe that we also need to run a fence around the rest of the property. It would be a pretty simple fence, just a ranch fence. That wouldn't keep people out if they decide to get through it and cut it and go through it. But we don't currently have a delineation of that perimeter. Putting some sort of perimeter with a fence, with a signage on it, increases the level of violation of trespassing. When somebody crosses a fence line, that's a higher level of violation. And going forward, the sheriff's office has indicated to us, if they had that level of signage and perimeter marking, it would be a lot easier for them to go in and say, you're clearly trespassing, you had to cross a fence line, there's not an excuse for you to be here, which currently there is enough of a question of whether somebody actually knew that they were trespassing, that's caused us to go through these extra steps. So we do think that the additional cost of putting a fence around the full perimeter is necessary. So all of that, our estimate is about $140,000. We would ask for that to come from the I&D fund. The steps beyond this, which I know you will ask because we ask it of ourselves, is how do we not get in this situation again, right? So there are two options basically that we could pursue. One would be a lease, and then the lessee has the responsibility to fence, protect, monitor the property. We can put that on them. We have the planning lease that we talked about that I mentioned for the solar lease. It's been going on for some time now, and the lessee has worked very hard to get the interconnection agreements and was close, but then financing dropped out. There was also an issue with one of the partners they were working with the interconnection agreement, passed away, lost the connection. So there's been reasons that it's delayed that were understandable. We're talking to that individual to see if they think that they could get financing. So in short frame, we sort of told him, all right, can you find another partner? Is this real? And if it's going to move forward, we don't typically do this, but in this particular case, in a planning lease, we could put the responsibility on the lessee holding the planning lease to be responsible to monitor the property. So that's an option. There's also the potential for geothermal, possibly. This is in an area that is on some of the maps that show that it has potential for geothermal. I think, as you know, there's an R5 that's out that we'll get responses to in mid-December, so in a few weeks. And so we're going to keep an eye on that and see if somebody shows strong interest in this site, then we would act quickly to do that. There is the potential for recreation lease, but that's a pretty low level potential, we think. So we will pursue the idea of a lease, but not extend that much further, but give the opportunity that we could actually earn money from this. The other thing would be to dispose of it. We would like to have at least an idea of a valid buyer for this. And we think we might have a couple of ideas. So we're going to pursue that, and we would come back to you, obviously, with that potential to ask for permission to put it out so those are the two options, and we are very conscious of the fact that don't want to be coming back to you asking for money again for this property. So
How long is left on the planning lease?
Next spring, I think it's March, maybe.
Oh, so not long.
Not very long. And I mean, I guess I look for guidance from the board. How long, how much leash do you give me to consider leasing options? But I would think a couple of months, to consider whether or not solar is valid and geothermal's on the radar. But after that, we should, in a sense, make the hard decision that probably need to. It's not a property that's going to generate revenue for us if we can't get those two options to move forward. So.
Well, Josie and I were on the board when this was a problem before, but not this. This is
wasn't this bad.
Next level.
It's next level.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it happened fast too.
It did.
So now it sounds like with the improvements, the sheriff would have the ability to kind of get after the first two vehicles, so it doesn't.
Yeah. Yes. And I mean, one issue here is that we don't have eyes on the ground very often. This is in the Northwest District, which the district office is in Steamboat Springs. Not driving by this property regularly. There's not an active lease on it to go check on. So one of the things we need to do is to make sure that there's somebody that would check and tell the sheriff that there's somebody out there before, they get ensconced. But that is a possibility that sheriff's office definitely has said that they're willing to act if we, tell them. But okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Elliot, would it be worth paying a security company, not to go out there every day, but every couple of weeks, and spend $2,000 or $3,000 in the entire year, just so you don't have to go through this again legally and logistically and all that stuff?
Excellent question. Have not looked into that, but I think you're right that whether it's an actual security company or just somebody
pay,
that drives by and takes a look at the property, it's a very good point.
I know that property well.
Yeah, you can see it right from the highway as you drive along.
Right at the base of Mount Garfield.
Yeah, it's not, right, it wouldn't be that big of a lift to have somebody. So very good point. I think I'd certainly be willing to do that if there was a reason that we were hanging on to the property because we thought that it actually could become a revenue generating property.
Yeah.
And so that's where, I'd love to have a strong reason for why this asset is beneficial to us.
Right.
Well,
Disposal sounds really good. Yeah.
Yeah, dispose. And even the city of Grand Junction might be some.
Yeah, we would certainly communicate with the city to see if they're interested. It actually, the airport is just to the west of us, and the airport has land to the east of us as well, which I never really have understood. It must be for radar or something like that. So maybe the airport would be interested in acquiring it. But we would certainly run the traps and make sure that everybody knows that it's out there as an option.
It's worthy of exploring all options.
Yeah, absolutely. We would get the best price that we could, certainly.
All right, then, shall we see if there's any public comment on this?
Folks listening along online, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, let us know.
That's the prettiest picture I could find for you guys.
Go kart racing.
No hands raised.
All right, then, commissioners. Commissioner Pribble, would that be a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to approve the expenditure of $140,000 in the I&D fund to clean up and secure the Lerner parcel in Mason County and delegate authority to director to take appropriate action. Amen.
Wonderful. May I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scanlon. Let's have a vote. Commissioner Scanlon. Aye. Mr. Heath. Aye. Commissioner Pribble.
Aye.
Commissioner Harvey.
Aye.
Chair votes yes. That's 5-0. Thank you, Elliot. Good luck.
Thank you.
We'll email you all of our bright ideas.
Yeah.
Might buy it.
Welcome to take any ideas you have.
Now we welcome Ben.
All right. This is gonna be a team effort, this
That's.
one. Oh, Andy next.
Andy's next. Yes.
Sorry.
I saw you moving in.
Sorry, Andy.
We're not quite done yet.
You're just information item.
I'm just impressed. Sorry, yes, we're just information.
But we appreciate the enthusiasm.
Let Andy come on and some action.
We do have and last final action items for new commissioners, Andy Bissett for the transactions record services team. Here to present the November board lease agenda for your review. There are a number of extensions you'll see on this month's board lease agenda. And 10 of the 11 of these are the 7th year oil and gas lease extensions that typically would come as an individual item. But as we've been seeing more extensions coming to the BLA through policy, we thought now is a good time to shift these to this agenda as well. In addition to the 11 extensions, we have 3 competitive bids, one of which is agriculture, 2 of which are recreation. And then we have 3 new leases, 2 recreation and 1 right of way. So a total of 17 items for your review and approval, and staff recommends approval of these 17 items. Happy to answer any questions, myself or staff, and staff does recommend approval of November 2025 board leasing agenda.
Are there any questions, commissioners? Are there any public comments
Sorry.
on this item?
Folks listening along online, if you wanted to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand.
No,
Not seeing any hands raised.
I wondered if that first lease was John Stoltz's family. John. I was just curious. Such a wonderful person.
Oh, yeah, I was actually, that's right.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. How about a motion?
Madam Chair, I move the board accept the, pardon me, support the board leasing agenda for November 2025 as contained in the board packet.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Second.
Commissioner Pribble seconds. Commissioner Harvey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
All right. And then the minutes.
Oh, one more minute.
So, does anyone have any comments, or corrections to the minutes from prior meeting? I just wanted to add, it wasn't really in here and see if my memory was correct, but in our conversation, which was the request for review of, you know, the matter of the lessee, ag lessee who didn't get to go on the property. The discussion, was the board asked for clarification of the competitive bid, the timeline, and to take the consideration of properties into account for revising the process. That was the first item. So we're all clear that staff was going to contemplate whether or not we would revise the process.
Yes.
Alrighty. Then may I have or no? I move that we accept each minute by acclamation. Done. Now, on to the information agenda. Oh, no, wait a minute, no.
Now, coach, now?
Put 'em in.
Oh, goodness. Oops, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. This is, for the record, this is Ben Teschner, Solid Minerals Manager. And I'm joined today from in the room by Peter Omasta from GCC and Greg Marcinkowski, which I'm going to get right, from CDPHE. We also online have Megan McCarthy, also from CDPHE, who will be participating in this presentation as well. I am excited to bring you an information item on carbon, greenhouse gas emissions, and energy management called GEM, and cement manufacturing. And the image you see on your screen, many of the commissioners may not know actually that in the last few months, staff has been authorized to use AI in our work, and with after doing some training provided by the state.
I'm curious, do you all have an AI policy?
There's a statewide one.
There's a statewide one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something everyone's wrestling with.
Yeah. So not really the subject of today, but this is a little bit of a pioneering presentation for me because this is one of the first times I've used sort of a generative AI in a presentation format. And what you see on the screen is I asked Gemini, which is the one that we use here at the state, to develop an image of a positive green energy future for Denver. And this is what it produced.
Oh.
So sort of an interesting image from a lot of perspectives. You see certainly wind and solar represented here, fair amount of water, things of that nature. The other thing you see here a lot of is concrete and cement, and a lot of new buildings. Now, admittedly, this is just one cyborg's opinion, but But I think there is certainly a consensus in, as we project our energy and infrastructure needs going forward, that our energy mix, is likely to evolve substantially. And our demand for construction materials is also going to continue to rise. And particularly the construction material side of this, we have fewer substitutes for, at least in the present moment, than we do for the energy mix. So, oops. So for this presentation, I'm going to provide a little background over the next 5 or 10 minutes. Then I'm going to turn it over to our sister agency at CDPHE to talk about the GEM rules. And these are rules that govern carbon emissions, specifically in large industrial facilities within Colorado. Oops, there's GEM rules. Then we'll turn it over to, oops, wait a minute, what's going on? I think I'm struggling here. They're very delayed. I don't know. Then I'm going to turn it over to GCC to talk about their cement plant and limestone mine operation that is on state trust land in Pueblo County. So why cement? Cement is a large carbon emitter globally. The estimates are that cement manufacturing produces approximately 8% of global CO2 emissions in our world. The reasons for that are that this is a high heat and energy intensive manufacturing process. So there's a lot of just raw energy that goes into this. In addition, the process of converting limestone into clinker, which is the material that eventually becomes cement, is a chemical reaction that kicks off a molecule of CO2 when this reaction occurs. So the carbon emissions aren't just occurring in burning of fuels, they're literally embedded in the chemical process of turning limestone. At present, there are no known substitutes for creating cement other than this. And globally, this is recognized, cement specifically, as a hard to abate industry when we're talking about carbon emissions and what we need to do about them going forward. In our state, we have multiple roadmaps which address carbon and climate change specifically, and cement manufacturing can be found in all of these. Here's 2 of them. The Colorado Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap 2.0 and the Colorado Carbon Management Roadmap, both of which came out in the last year. Or I guess the first one came out a little earlier than that, apologies. But cement manufacturing is addressed here. And one of the things that we target is how are we going to deal with these hard to abate emissions from a regulatory perspective. Enter the GEM laws, the Greenhouse Gas Emissions and Energy Management for Manufacturing. You figure out how we quite got the GEM acronym in that way from those set of words, but nevertheless, that is the convention we use to refer to them. And they occur in 2 phases. There is the GEM 1 facilities, which consists of 4 facilities in our state, 3 cement manufacturing plants, and 1 steel mill. And then there is a GEM 2 set of facilities, which are 18 smaller facilities than those larger 4, but are nevertheless significant carbon emitters as well. For today, we're really only going to be talking about GEM 1 because we do not have any GEM 2 facilities on state land board property. And I guess to be clear, the only GEM 1 facility we have on state land board property is the GCC. All right. So let's talk about GCC Rio Grande specifically. The image on your screen is the GCC cement plant, and behind the infrastructure you see on your screen is the limestone mine that feeds the cement plant. This is located on State Land Board property. But in addition to this facility, there is also GCC, of course, has this limestone mine and cement plant. But in addition to this facility, there are two other leases that that GCC has with the State Land Board that feed this operation. The Salt Canyon Gypsum Mine is where they mine gypsum, which then is trucked to the cement plant and goes into this manufacturing facility. And the King 2 coal mine as well, which provides thermal heat and power to the kilns at the cement plant. Collectively, GCC produces about 1 million tons of cement per year on our properties and generates revenue of around $1 million in rent and royalties to the school trust. GCC and the Pueblo mine, limestone mine and cement plant is the largest non-coal payer in the solid minerals program. So now I'm going to turn it over to our guests. We're going to start with our guests from CDPHE, Greg and Megan, and then we'll hear from Peter from GCC after that. So Greg, you're in the room, and I believe Megan is online.
She's on.
She's on.
Right there. Are we switching slide
Yes.
decks now?
Yeah, now it's 14.
That's the one. That's a Google.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Meg.
Great.
Good afternoon, commissioners. As Ben mentioned, I'm Greg Marcinkowski. At CDPHE, I work as an engineer focusing on industrial decarbonization in our climate change program. And I'll let Megan, my colleague, introduce herself and kick off the presentation.
Just takes us a few steps. No mind.
Greg, I was struggling with this. Click is posted.
Okay.
Mouse is probably best.
Everybody, thanks for having Greg and I today. I'm Megan McCarthy. I lead the industrial manufacturing decarbonization program efforts within the climate change program within CDPHE. And like Ben introduced, we are here today to give you an overview of Colorado's GEM rules and specifically its applicability to the GCC Rio Grande plant. I'm happy also to share my screen, whatever works.
Yeah, you do that. That'd be a lot easier.
Yep, you got it.
And Megan, your camera is not working on our end. I don't know if you know that.
Oh no. Let's see. Is that better?
Yep.
All right. Can you all see the presentation?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so in this presentation, we'll be quickly reviewing the state greenhouse gas reduction targets and the basics of the GEM regulation, Regulation 27, adopted by the Colorado Air Quality Control Commission. Then we're going to look closer at the details of GCC Rio Grande's requirements and obligation under the rule, then open it up for questions. Colorado's greenhouse gas reduction targets as set by statute are visible here. The 2025 target is a 26% reduction economy-wide based on the year 2005. 2030, 50% reduction based on 2005, and then net zero by 2050. Sector-specific targets exist in statute that you can see here as well. Electric utilities are required to reduce their emissions 80% by 2030. That's also versus 2005. Gas distribution utilities, 4% by this year, 2025, and 22% by 2030. And then oil and gas, 36% by 2025 and 60% by 2030, and that's related to the exploration and production aspect of oil and gas development. And then industrial and manufacturing, which is what we're focused on today, is required to reduce sector-wide 20% of their greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 based on what they emitted in 2015. So it's a slightly different baseline than the statewide targets, and it's compared to 2015. The legislation that was passed setting these targets also includes specific protections for disproportionately impacted communities throughout our state. Sorry. Trying to get to the next slide here. Okay. So a little more on the legislation. In 2019, House Bill 1261 was passed by the Colorado legislature. The bill defined what type of manufacturing operation is considered to be energy intensive trade exposed in Colorado, or EITE. For those facilities, the 4 that Ben mentioned earlier, under GEM 1, they're required to use GEM 1 requires the use of greenhouse gas best available emissions control technology and energy best management practices, which are defined through an audit process and subsequent determination by the Air Quality Control Commission for Colorado. The statute also limited the ability to regulate the energy intensive trade exposed facility emissions beyond 5% if those facilities are able to show they are operating with the best available emission control technology. In 2021, House Bill 1266, also known as the Environmental Justice Act, was passed, and it set the specific target for the industrial and manufacturing sector and also clarified the authority of the Air Commission to be able to require a 5% reduction in energy-intensive trade-exposed facility GHG emissions. This slide, you'll see a graph that shows the greenhouse gas emissions from the year 2015 through last year in 2024, the most recent reporting year, from all 21 manufacturing facilities covered under the GEM Regulation 27. I want to note that one of the GEM 2 facilities, it was originally 18 facilities that were covered, but it has ceased manufacturing operations and formally shut down as of this year. So it is no longer covered under Regulation 27. So there are 17 active facilities covered under GEM 2 and still 4 EITEs covered under GEM 1, including GCC. So in this graph, you'll see the blue line is the total emissions from those 21 GEM facilities, and the red line represents a 20% reduction from the 2015 GHG emissions total, or the baseline that we're working from. And that it really aligns with the 20% reduction goal set for the entire industrial and manufacturing sector, as discussed a couple slides ago. Regulation 27, or GEM, you'll see this is a screenshot of the regulation. It's divided up into 3 key pieces, with GEM 1, the key requirements for the EITEs in Part C that you'll see there. And GEM 2, the key requirements are in Part B. Part A and Part D of the reg apply to both GEM 1 and GEM 2 groups. In this slide, you'll see a high-level comparison between the EITE or GEM 1 facilities and the GEM 2 requirements. For GEM 1, the rulemaking was adopted in 2021 and requires a 5-year audit cycle to occur, which started first in 2022. These audit cycles assess facility-specific greenhouse gas best available emissions control technology and energy best management practices, with the facility required to achieve an intensity rate 5% below the GHG-backed determination for compliance. So intensity here means the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, or CO2 equivalent, per ton of product that a facility is manufacturing. The intensity rate approach for this part of the regulation allows for production flexibility for the EITE facilities, recognizing their trade exposure, and the GHG back determination, which is the intensity rate, is determined through an audit that reoccurs every 5 years. GEM 2 was adopted by the Commission in 2023, expanding Regulation 27 to include 17 additional individual manufacturing facilities with emissions above 25,000 tons per year. The interim GHG requirements kicked in last year, and more stringent requirements will apply for the facilities starting in the year 2030, so coming up quick. The goal for GEM 2 facilities is aligned with the Environmental Justice Act requirements and is a 20% reduction versus 2015, as I mentioned previously. So we tried to align the goal for the GEM 2 group with the overall goal that's set out by statute for the industrial manufacturing sector. The biggest difference, I would say, between the GEM 1 and GEM 2 rules is that GEM 2 has individual but mass-based emissions limits or emissions caps, where GEM 1, as I mentioned, is intensity-based, so tons per product manufactured. GEM 2 is a mass-based hard annual limit on greenhouse gas emissions that they can emit. So at this point, I am going to punt it over to Greg to dive a little bit deeper into the GEM 1 basics with you, as well as review the outcome of GCC's first audit round and determination. Take it away, Greg.
Thanks a lot, Megan. Yeah, as she just mentioned, I'll just dig a little bit deeper briefly into the GEM 1 rule requirements and specifically what came out of GCC's first audit in 22 and what they plan to do going forward. So as Megan mentioned, the rule was adopted in 2021, covering those 4 EITE sources. And when we talk about energy intensive trade exposed, those are large energy consumers in the state that are particularly subject to international competition and also are prone to carbon leakage. So carbon leakage being emissions moving outside to different borders based on regulatory schemes potentially. So they were given certain protections in legislation to account for that competitiveness. So the key provision that the GEM 1 rule requires is this back to BMP audit. That's the best available emissions control technology and energy best management practices. That audit will take place every 5 years, beginning in 2022. And every time this third party will conduct an audit, they'll evaluate the site for their efficiency measures and what they can cost effectively do to be producing product as efficiently as possible. So coming out of the audit is ultimately an intensity rate, which is carbon emissions per unit of product produced essentially. So the goal of the program is to get these EITE facilities producing product as efficiently and cleanly as possible here in Colorado. And then Megan also mentioned if they are deemed to be meeting those BACT and BMP requirements, we only have the ability to regulate 5% of their emissions on top of that. And so that's the last bullet point is every year they need to demonstrate that they're at their BACT limit and also reducing 5% on top of that. Next slide. So the key provisions of the rule is essentially this rigorous audit that takes place. Initially, they need to work with the third party that's going to conduct this audit, and they'll submit a plan to us showing who's involved, what they're going to evaluate, and the product of the audit is a report they produce and submit to us. In that report, they'll show what was evaluated and their ultimate recommendation that they're suggesting for these facilities to be operating with the best control technology possible. Additionally, us at CDPHE would conduct our own internal review to verify how the audit process went and ultimately bring forward our own recommendation to the Air Quality Control Commission. So out of this comes, like I said, an intensity limit the facility will have to meet. And then ultimately too, the facility will submit a plan to us for proposing how they plan to comply with any recommendations that came out of the audit and how they'll meet the additional 5% requirement as well. Next slide. So here are the compliance options that are currently available to the facilities. Number one being just direct on-site emissions through implementation of additional control technology or other process improvements they might be able to find. Additionally, Colorado has set up a carbon credit trading scheme. And so the goal of this program is to incentivize lower cost reductions at facilities that might have those opportunities and also drive near-term reductions. And so projects that might be too costly at one facility, they could potentially purchase carbon credits from another facility that's going above and beyond what they're required to do. So ultimately, we're still seeing reductions overall, but it should help smooth out the economics of the market. And then lastly, this point was added largely to accommodate the steel mill in the state who installed a big solar array. So that's an option too, the installation and utilization of solar array generating on-site renewable energy. So currently the steel mill, they're the only ones with that option, but that would be available if any of the cement facilities pursue that as well in the future. Next slide. And this is just covering the timeline. So yeah, the first audit happened in 2022 and they'll go through 2037. And then you can see how when the compliance kicks in. So this was actually the first year of compliance based on that 2022 audit cycle. And that's largely to accommodate and acknowledge how long it takes to get some of these capital projects up and running. So they're given a few years to implement any technologies that were recommended through the audit before they need to demonstrate compliance. Next slide. And yeah, this is just a brief overview of the results of that first audit cycle for the 4 facilities. So 2 of the facilities, Wholesome, now Amrise, and GCC, that's here, they were determined to already be operating at a backed efficiency level, or to say they're operating at a level that's already extremely efficient, and there was no additional recommendations that came out of it that were deemed cost effective. And that's not really altogether surprising, given that they're both pretty modern cement facilities and they went through a very rigorous air permitting process before they could even begin operation. There were some recommendations that applied to the other 2 facilities, the steel mill and another Portland cement facility. Those were largely around energy efficiency improvements. I believe ultimately, when you look at the lifespan of those projects, they'll end up saving the company's money. So benefit to carbon emissions and a benefit to them as well. Next slide. Just touching on Megan mentioned the difference between the two schemes we have set up between Gem 1 and Gem 2. Gem 1 is largely carbon intensity based, where Gem 2 is this overall mass emissions limit, or what you might consider a cap. So when it comes to trading credits between the 2, there's a bit of an imbalance that we wanted to account for. And so we went through a pretty intense working group to try and come up with a solution to solve this. And Peter was actually part of that and offered a lot of valuable insight. But ultimately, what came out of it was protections that credits represent 1 ton reduced, no matter which subset of the facilities they're coming from. Next slide. So more specifically relating to GCC, as I said, the auditors found that they were already operating with the best available emission control technology. And additionally, the second part of that analysis is the energy BMP part. So not only are we looking at the largest emission sources at the site, but also what consumes the most energy. And there is a little bit of a carve out that they could satisfy that BMP portion of the rule by Federal Energy Star certification. So GCC is actually certified to the Industrial Federal Energy Star program. And as long as they maintain that certification, that'll certify for them for the BMP portion. And yeah, this is around the determination that was ultimately made too. So they evaluated plenty of measures, especially for the cement kiln at the facility, which is far and away the largest emission source and energy consumption source. One of the things they looked at was switching to fuel. So they currently use a mixture of coal, tire-derived fuel, biomass material, and natural gas. So they evaluated what it would look like to switch completely to natural gas versus their current fuel makeup. But ultimately, it wasn't deemed cost effective. You can see some of the prices there per ton of carbon avoided. So like for natural gas, if they switched from their current fuel to solely natural gas, that would be about $230 a ton, which is quite expensive. And the benchmark we used for cost effectiveness is currently the social cost of carbon that comes from the federal level, and that was $79 in 2022. So pretty high above that. Next slide. They also did look at the potential for using decarbonated fuel stocks. Like Ben was saying, the inherently limestone is very carbon intensive, so there are some other options available to them, and those were evaluated. And I'm sure Peter can speak to more some of what they're looking into, but they did indicate they constantly are evaluating feedstocks available to them, such as fly ash and steel slag. Part of the issues around that are availability, wear on the kiln, and composition or final chemistry of the product they're looking to make. There's also opportunities to reduce carbon intensity of the cement. So we focused on the clinker, which is produced in the kiln, which eventually goes into the cement process. That fell outside the scope of the audit, but that's another area available to them where they can look to potentially introduce supplementary cementitious materials. Next slide. So yeah, ultimately, like I said, we conduct our own review too. We agreed with the auditor and suggested to the commission that they were operating with best available control technology already. So they'll be required to maintain that intensity limit and also reduce 5% on top of that. And yeah, this is the first year of the compliance. So early next year, they'll have to demonstrate compliance with that limit, and then every year after until the next audit. And so every year, essentially, every time this audit happens, likely it's that the intensity is going to ramp down. So it's likely that I'll get stricter and stricter every time this happens, and product will ultimately get cleaner and cleaner as far as carbon intensity. That's getting pretty close. Yeah, so the commission approved their recommendation. And then, like I said, GCC did submit a compliance action plan to showing how they plan to demonstrate compliance with the recommendation or the requirement. So some of the things they mentioned they're exploring are use of alternative fuels, such as increasing their tire-derived fuel, biomass, and natural gas. It might seem surprising to burn additional tires in the kiln, but it does actually have a lower carbon intensity than coal. And we view it as a beneficial reuse of a product that would otherwise just be landfilled. So they've applied for some permits to modify their fuel handling system to accommodate that. And I think Peter will probably be able to speak more to that. So I think we'll take it to Peter before we take questions. We'll happy to answer anything when we come back up.
Yeah, the mouse, the keyboard's a little funky, so.
Side that.
Thank you for having me. My name is Peter Omasta. I'm GCC's Climate Action Manager. I've been with the company for about 2.5 years. Had no background in the cement or concrete industry before that, but it's a very fascinating industry. Hopefully as we're going through my slides, it can show you all the interesting aspects in terms of industrial decarbonization that go along with cement manufacturing. So just a little bit about GCC as a company to start. So our Pueblo plant was first started production in 2008. It is one of the newer cement plants in the United States, and it is a cement plant that's producing about 1 million tons of cement annually, as Ben mentioned on his slides earlier. As a company, GCC actually stands for Grupo Cemento de Chihuahua, was founded in northern Mexico in the state of Chihuahua, and has really grown to just be a international company, but mostly a regional company along the Rocky Mountain region. The cement we're producing in this region stays in this region. What's being produced in Pueblo is not going to New York City. It's mostly staying within the state borders. It's a heavy product. It's difficult to transport extremely long distances. As a company, we do take social responsibility very seriously. We're signatories to the UN Global Compact, supporting the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We're also members of both the Global Cement and Concrete Association, as well as the American Cement Association. Both associations have published net zero by 2050 roadmaps focused on decarbonizing the cement industry, and GCC is working towards that. I want to circle back on one thing quickly, though, about us being a regional company. One thing I learned very quickly on is that there's not a one-size-fits-all approach for decarbonizing the cement industry. What works in one region is not going to work in a different region, whether it's geological reasons, whether it's policy reasons, whether it's infrastructure-related reasons. And partnering with these larger organizations allows us to see what's working in other areas and try to apply it to our local jurisdictions. We have set public targets to reduce our Scope 1, which is our direct emissions at the plant, as well as our Scope 2 emissions, which are associated with energy intensity for the electricity portion of it. As Greg mentioned earlier in our audit, we are working on this through improving our thermal efficiency in our kilns, flexible fuel strategy, and then utilizing the production of blended cements across our operation. And touch a little bit more about what that means in the coming slides. And then the final point is GCC voluntarily submits our CO2 reduction targets. We received an A- in our climate score and a B- in our water score from the CDP, which is formerly known as the Climate Disclosure Project. That's an independent third-party verifying system that's used by over 25,000 companies globally to evaluate companies' strategy, performance, and action as it relates to reducing CO2 emissions. Less than 10 cement manufacturers globally received an A or an A-, and GCC is very proud to be one of those companies. And we're not stopping there. We're going to continue to push forward on these types of industrial decarbonization targets. And for anyone interested in learning more specifically about what we're doing, those reports are available to the public in much more detail. Okay, so I want to take everybody back to your high school chemistry classes, if you don't mind, for just a moment, in terms of how cement is actually made. So walking through the cement process, it starts in the limestone quarry. We are pouring limestone before taking it over to a initial crusher, where we're crushing the limestone and then taking that and putting it into a raw mill, where we're adding in the gypsum and adding in aluminum and iron supplements before it goes into the kiln. And so inside of the kiln, we are heating that kiln up to about 1400 degrees Celsius, and we're taking the calcium carbonate, which is the limestone, heating it up, and the CO2 burns off. And if you look at global CO2 emissions from cement, more than 50% of that is just that process emission of the CO2 leaving the calcium carbonate. With those other materials inside of the kiln, you're left with something with quicklime, which becomes clinker, which is where we are regulated with GEM, is with our clinker production. Moving on from there, the clinker is cooled and then added in with some other materials, ground up to make cement. And then cement is ultimately what's going to be used in the production and use of concrete. One of the fascinating things I didn't know before joining the cement industry is that cement and concrete are the second most used commodities globally, only behind water. It's in everything we use: roads, bridges, foundations of housing, dams, water treatment infrastructure, and as Ben mentioned, there's no substitute for cement at this point in time. It's necessary for our modern life. I double checked this statistic as well, and that to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals, so not just related to climate, but no poverty, infrastructure, good jobs, the world needs to build the equivalent of Madrid every single month. And it's hard to do that without cement. So we view ourselves as a very necessary part of a clean future and a clean, sustainable world. Right now in the US, I think one of the economic issues, and Greg touched on this, it being an energy intensive trade exposed, is that the US consumes about 120 million tons of cement annually. About 20 million tons of that are imported from overseas, primarily coming from China, Turkey, and Vietnam. Mostly landing in coastal cities, but then those coastal cities where those cement plants are pushing the products internally. So being able to produce cement domestically is going to be the lowest carbon cement that you're able to do, because you're not going to have the process and transportation emissions from these products coming from other places. So with Colorado expected to be a growing state, we have heard of cement from other countries coming into Colorado, like China, like Turkey, like Vietnam. Being able to produce that domestic cement, local cement, is going to have the lowest life cycle analysis for cement to support the state's development and meet some of these industrial decarbonization goals. So just quickly now talking about what we're doing at the Pueblo plant. So as Greg mentioned, we are an Energy Star certified plant. We are one of 10 cement plants in the United States that is Energy Star certified, and we're the only one in the state of Colorado that is Energy Star certified. There's a laundry list of items that go into that, so don't ask me to detail every single specific step, but generally speaking, it's around energy efficiency in the part and thermal efficiency in both the kiln and the non-thermal parts of the cement manufacturing process, so the raw mill and the finish mill as well. We have converted the entire plant over to be producing a 1L cement. So historically, it has been a original Portland cement. We are now producing a limestone Portland cement. What we're doing is we're crushing limestone and then adding about 10% of that into the cement at the tail end of the cement manufacturing process with the clinker. There are physical limits in terms of what you can do for adding in that limestone. If you add in too much, the product does not perform the same. So the analogy I use is you're going from all-purpose flour to almond flour. When you're baking a cake, it's going to be different. You have to adjust the recipe and the concrete, but we don't want everything that cement is being used for having issues if it's not meeting structural requirements because you added too much limestone. So there are physical limitations with what you are adding in. As Greg mentioned, we are looking at alternative cementitious materials, so slag, fly ash, all of these other items we are keeping an open mind to, but not all of those materials are necessarily readily available in Colorado. So the strategy we use in Colorado is not the strategy we use in other states and jurisdictions to decarbonize. The introduction of that 1L cement did allow GCC to lower the emissions and our global warming potential from about 725 kilograms of CO2 in 2021 down to about 677 kilograms of CO2 in 2024. And then, as I mentioned, we're aligned with the GCCA roadmap. They have published a target of 500 kilograms of CO2 globally by 2030. We are working towards that across all of our plants, but it's more of a corporate goal as opposed to a plant-by-plant goal. The GCC Pueblo plant utilizes upwards of 20% of alternative fuels, which lowers the greenhouse gas emissions associated with production, and it's displacing primary fossil fuel usage. Right now on the picture, you'll see two different piles. The one closest to us is going to be our tire-derived fuels, and then the one behind that is actually chipped railroad ties. The waste tire piles go in, we extract the hydrocarbons, and then what we actually do is, because there's bits of steel, which is iron. We can then take that, put it back into the raw mill, and then it's serving as that iron source to then make the clinker. So it is very much a circular economy aspect for cleaning up tire fills and then putting it, using it as a fuel source. And then the ash isn't just going somewhere, it's being reused and put back into the cement manufacturing process. So
What's the limit on taking that 20% to 100%?
So it is a bit of a technical limit. You can get up to 100%. And it's a really interesting point because you, at the very tip of the burner, it needs to be about 1400 degrees Celsius. And how injecting it right in at that fuel tip can be a little difficult because much more from a process. Sorry, I'm not a process engineer. There are plants around the world that are able to get to 100%. We are working on it, but it is much more from a technical manufacturing. I'd love to follow up with you with one of our process engineers about that. But
So it's a process limitation.
Yes.
At this point.
Yes.
Not a supply limitation. There's plenty of tires and ties.
Yes, and it is process limited. In terms of what fuel sources count, what you can do, it does require updates to the plant as well. So we are evaluating that. We're hoping to get to I think the newest one, and don't quote me on this, was a 60% alternative fuel. So so we are pushing forward on it. We're not plateauing at 20. We are wanting to continue that. And then finally, we are looking at carbon capture. You know, we've been present on some of the state land board meetings around geological sequestration. Right now, it is something that we are monitoring, but we're not actively pursuing because the costs associated with it and the technology associated with it. If we were having to pass that on to consumers of concrete, which again is used by everybody, you're doubling the cost of commodity, which is difficult when you also then think about being a trade exposed industry and other players can just come in. So we're wanting to look at that in the future, but in terms of it pulling a lever on that right now, I just realistically don't see that happening in the near future for Pueblo, but we're not against doing that. So that's the high level overview on GCC, just kind of what we're doing around sustainability at the Pueblo facility. And yeah, happy to take any questions.
We can all sit up here for questions and throw them at whoever you'd like. And Meg, reminding that Megan is also on. Megan, you're not going to get out of this.
So how many of the materials are on site for you when you begin the production process?
So the limestone quarry is co-located with the cement plant. Generally speaking, you're not going to find many cement plants globally that don't have the limestone there. Then we are taking in the gypsum and our fuel from the coal mine as well. Those are transported to the facility, but limestone is the primary raw material, which is already on site. And then we're getting some other materials nearby from Evraz for just like steel, aluminum byproduct to help us get that aluminum.
What do you project as the availability of limestone? For how many years do you have resource there?
So our current quarry at our current production rate is I think it's about another 30 or 40 years. And then we have proven reserves in 2 other tracks that would be for an additional 100+ years. So
Are those tracks in Colorado or nearby?
Because next to the plants.
They're on state land board specifically.
Yeah.
Is there any promise in replacing limestone with basalt? Have I read that somewhere? That it's sort of online or people are studying that?
So I'm not going to speculate on some of those other technologies because we have seen that. The issue from my understanding is it's a cost scaling perspective of taking that basalt and then scaling it up to the tonnage of cement that's currently used. There are a lot of scaling issues associated with it. So local production, I think you might see some small scale, boutique operations. And if they're able to make significant breakthroughs, then we're all for it. We're not, you can only make limestone cement one way. We're interested in just building or in having building materials be produced, but yeah, my understanding is that there are some technological limitations.
And a couple other questions. With all that heat generated, is there any effort to use thermoelectric collars or that sort of thing?
So it is, so you can't, so there are some interesting developments with that, but it's fairly difficult to do thermoelectric. So these kilns are running 24/7. So if you're having a solar powered kiln, it's going to be difficult to keep that running 24/7 when the sun goes down or the wind's not blowing. We do reclaim a lot of the heat. So right now in our cement kiln, if I can go back slides up, try. We have a preheating tower. So inside of the cement kiln, it's 1400 degrees Celsius, and then we're dropping the material from 40 stories up, comes down through this preheating tower. But the cement kiln's excess gases are going back up that preheating tower. So this is why it's the best available emission control technology with these preheating towers, is that we're capturing that heat and then heating up the material as it enters the kiln. So it's a much more efficient use of it. Instead of just having the heat being going out, it's going through this preheating tower. So we are looking at thermoelectric, but it's again, it's difficult because you also do need a flame at the very tip of it, because when this clinker is being produced, we're more or less converting it to magma for like a couple of moments before we're rapidly cooling it to get the clinker that we need. So it's an industrial, this is what I found fascinating about manufacturing, is that it's industrial scale, but then we have a lab where we're looking at it, a chemical analysis and molecular bonds to make sure that we produced it correctly.
I guess what I meant was, and I don't know that much about it, but recovering the heat to create thermoelectricity and putting it back on the grid and getting some sort of credit for that. Or maybe there's just not enough heat, but
yeah, so there have been studies around that. Unfortunately, with how the heat is dissipated to run a steam turbine or something like that, it's not concentrated enough. It's too distributed.
Okay. And last question, this is totally different topic, but it sounds like the gas distribution reductions were much smaller than all the other reductions or goals. It was 5% or 8% or something. I was just curious about that. What this was back, got her name?
Megan.
Sorry, Megan, when she was giving her talk, I think, saying that you listed all the reduction goals in terms of greenhouse gases, and for the gas distribution, it was, as I recall, much smaller than percentage-wise than the other reductions.
It's gas distribution in the state. Is that what the?
It was the goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions
For that sector.
Yeah, for that sector.
Or for the gas distribution.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that's around the clean heat targets we have. So I think you saw too the electrical component, the clean power, that's projected to be 80% reduction by 2030. But for gas providers and utilities, their clean heat targets were a little bit different. Sometimes there's crossover with who's providing heat and electricity. That's often the same, but yeah, I think it was 5% was their first target, and then it ramps up to 20% or so. And we're in the cycle now of reevaluating what the next targets are going to be for clean power and clean heat.
Okay, so I thought it was the gas leaks along the distribution lines that you're trying to reduce. Am I mistaken?
That could be
late in the afternoon.
One of the strategies, yeah.
Okay.
Not the only strategy.
Okay. Got it.
I have a question. Seems like you guys are leaders. Maybe it's a small universe, but you are definitely leaders in terms of having made some of the targets and trying different things. I'm curious, sort of as an organization, whether it's at the plant level or maybe at the whole global organization level, how does the company, and you're in an intensive production 24/7, got to have it environment, how do you manage to incorporate innovation and new ideas and testing, whether it's fuel stock or the ultimate ingredients of the product? Where does that happen? How does that happen? How do they inculcate that culture?
That's a good question. So two parts to that answer. So one, as I mentioned, so we do partner with the GCCA. They have a whole Innovandi open challenge, which is supporting industrial decarbonization for cement. So we're partnering with, who you might otherwise think of as our direct competitors to say these are going to be the breakthroughs in cement manufacturing. So we're participants in that to understand what the technology is, and it's a larger consortium. We also have an innovation and research and development department down in our corporate office in Chihuahua. They're housed under our sustainability department. So we are constantly testing cement blends, novel cement materials, looking at sort of the next generation topics within both of those departments to make sure that we are progressing. So when we switched over to the 1L cement, we just didn't do it at the plant level. We had rigorous testing going on at our test facility out in Chihuahua to make sure that we can produce a good product.
So innovation is housed within the sustainability.
Yes.
Because that's really, you want to reduce costs, but you also need to meet the targets. That's interesting. Thank you. Any other questions? I hope I don't have to take a test on.
Or both. I went on to vote.
That's a high level.
One thing which, I come at this from sort of an insider and an outsider at the same time. I've had the pleasure last year of attending the Ready Mix Concrete Association's annual meeting, and the focus of that meeting was low carbon concrete and how are we going to do low carbon concrete. And there are a number of organizations, including GCC, that are working on this challenge. And two big things hit me when they began talking about that. One is we don't see like steel truss bridges anymore. People are building bridges by concrete. And it's because now it's cheaper. It's also lower carbon than building a steel bridge, right? So our alternatives to switching to something else, we're using a lot of the lower carbon alternative anyway. Then the second piece was when we're doing this low carbon concrete, we're also challenged by the idea of we need to be making concrete that we know is going to last at least as long as the current concrete. Because if we get a 10% reduction, but the concrete doesn't only last 70% as long, we haven't won from a carbon perspective. And these are really long-term challenges that this industry is facing that are connected not just to the manufacturer, but all the way through the civil engineering pieces of building infrastructure everywhere in the world.
And a follow on the tire thing, because obviously that is a huge environmental issue too. Do many of the other cement plants either around the United States or maybe even globally use tire as feedstock?
It's a pretty common source. Because when you're producing tires, it's mostly composed of carbon black, which is it's pretty dense in hydrocarbons. So it actually has a higher density of kilojoules, MMBTU per gram than coal does. So,
and plus you can pull the steel out of it.
Plus you can pull the steel out. So
one other cement facility in Colorado also uses tires as fuel, and especially in Europe, they're very mature in their alternative fuels and waste fuels that they're using in their cement kilns.
Interesting.
Wow, thank you. Appreciate it. I think so. Not on this topic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Thanks.
Ben, when you took us on the tour of the facility, it was incredibly interesting.
Yeah.
To see it live in the control room, as it were.
Yeah.
And how closely everything's being monitored.
Very
we should probably revisit the site again.
You're welcome anytime.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the revenue too. All right, and now batting last.
The Denver Post already posted
What?
The Denver Post already posted something on the heart.
Okay, let's hold that. Let's get to the staff report.
Okay, great. Director Rosenman, for the record. So I wanted to spend a little time on this staff report because these reports are so chock full of results or process that is based on the very hard work of our staff. So I just wanted to hit a few themes and tag team with Chris a little bit. But the first thing, the staff leasing report, the total value of leasing actions over the past month is $4 million. Number one was ag at 2.2 million. And then number two is commercial real estate. I think Julie has been very busy finding tenants. And then rights of way. I came in at number 3. I did want to mention that the extension on the Yacovetto lease is within the staff leasing report. And so that will now expire January 19th, 2027. And I know Elliot and Abe are hard at work shaping up that agritourism, ecotourism proposal. So the next thing was just HB 1332. Obviously, you heard a lot from me and Nick yesterday on that. That will be a short, consistent update within staff reports moving forward now until February 2027. And then the strategic planning update. You should have emails in your inbox today from Government Performance Solutions setting up interviews. That effort is now well underway. The staff and board will be fully engaged. We've been drawing up a list of external stakeholders. There'll be a very robust effort. So that is, look for that in your inbox. I did want to mention in early January, our new stewardship trust manager will be starting, and it can't come soon enough, given the demands of HB 1332. And then members of our field operations team attended the Regenerate 2025 online conference earlier this month, hosted by Quivira Coalition and others. Again, it's just the staff's dedication to promoting and learning more about the regenerative agriculture. So really happy about that engagement. All right, I'm gonna turn it over to Chris to talk about Martindale's training.
Yeah, great, thank you. As you've noted, we're sort of taking a multi-pronged approach with our royalty auditing. And the board has approved thus far $500,000 with Martindale, who's a consultant out of Oklahoma City, to both conduct several audits but also as part of that, they have conducted a training for our staff. So they came up here from Oklahoma City. They spent a full day with our staff, and there was probably 10 to 12 staff members here in this room learning about the ins and outs of auditing, not just our finance staff, but oil and gas staff, and Abe was here, and lots of our staff sort of learned a lot about it. So it's an issue that we're very much aware that we're building up our auditing capacity, and I think, as Nick mentioned, it's a huge win for us to be moving forward with potentially getting 4 new FTE for auditing. So that will be for not just oil and gas, but for everything. So.
Great, thanks, Chris. Under real estate, you'll notice Elliot Hoyt's work showing up. He's been working hard on Dow Junction annexation along with our legal counsel at Hamrick. And then I know that Elliot gave a presentation at the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy, and I think it was well received on our affordable housing work.
Yep.
So thanks, Elliot. You probably saw the piece about Lake Fork with a very pretty picture. We're still celebrating that closing and look forward to more. And then I wanted to highlight the figure 7 under recent media coverage and give a shout out to Emily for her hard work. Has just been doing fantastic work on highlighting our efforts here at the State Land Board on a number of different fronts. And that's it from me.
A quick question, can you give us an idea, a hint for the truncated December meeting, what topics or items will be?
Sure. So I know that we're gonna be working on providing you with updated stewardship action plans on fens and also on Western Prairie chicken. Thank you, Chris. And then we have a water ground lease, it looks like. You heard about an acquisition earlier today, and I won't name it, but we should have more progress on that. So an acquisition for you. And then could you go down a little? TBD on the
Okay,
rest.
because we did have a.
Agriculture, we're
you
doing
read this for me.
agriculture updates as well.
Yeah, I wondered if the policy, or I forget what the heading was, but we were gonna talk about pricing and,
Internal guidelines and process update.
Yep.
okay, on ag.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, and then I think for the rest of commissioners, I think we all have been inquiring minds want to dig into the whole trust, and then the permanent fund and all of that, and that's January probably.
Yeah,
Or-
so Nick, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, probably January for a bit of a longer discussion. Wanted to have the benefit of some of the unspoken process kind of behind us and see if we have the opportunity to move ahead on any particular thing. But yeah, we'll take a chunk of time to talk about kind of where the permanent fund has come from, where it's currently set, where we think it's going, things that we're thinking about from our standpoint, how we can affect the cash flowing into it, and ways that we can continue to apply appropriate pressure to encourage
Keep change
strong
going.
management.
Mhm. So are we thinking that's a workshop? Like, sort of
yeah,
depends
I
on what
think-
else has to be on the agenda.
I think the design is probably a bit of info share, but then as much conversation and debate among this group as possible.
Right, yeah, okay.
And in December, we're not meeting on Wednesday.
No meeting on Wednesdays.
Yep, just Thursday, just in the morning. Since we're talking about January, wanted to mention, we'll have an update from CPW on the State Wildlife Action Plan in January. I know that's of interest.
And I think generally, as you and I have chatted about, there's a lot going on with the potential, or the upcoming asset allocation strategic plan, the working group. So really good. I know we sometimes try to get it down to one day, but really good to just hold both days here, January till field trip season, I think.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you, as always, staff and
Yeah.
commissioners, for hanging in there. What a day.
What a
week.
day.
I think, unless I've skipped something as usual, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, where's the
Good
standard
work.
post?
It said more to come.